Dear friends, before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Close your eyes for a moment. In this precise instant, who are you? Not the name your parents gave you, not the job title on your business card, not the accumulation of your past or the projection of your future, but right now, this very second, what is the consciousness experiencing these words? Where does it reside? How did it come to be? And perhaps most mysteriously of all, will it be the same consciousness when you wake tomorrow morning? This question, deceptively simple yet infinitely complex, haunted one man so deeply that his answer would reshape the foundations of civilization itself. His name was John Locke, and tonight, as you settle into the quietness of approaching sleep, we will walk together through the cathedral of thought he constructed, stone by philosophical stone, until we discover something extraordinary. We will find that the questions he asked about consciousness, about identity, about freedom and knowledge, are not merely academic puzzles gathering dust in forgotten books. They are the very questions that pulse beneath every moment of your waking life, and perhaps, as we shall see, even your sleeping one. Picture England in the year 1632. A world balanced on a knife's edge between the old certainties and a dawning age that would question everything. In a small village called Rington in Somerset, a child enters the world who will grow to challenge not just the political order of kingdoms, but the understanding of what it means to be human. This child, John Locke, would become many things in his lifetime. A physician who studied the workings of the human body, a political revolutionary whose ideas were so dangerous he would be forced to flee his homeland, living under an assumed name in foreign exile, an advisor to the powerful who helped shape the course of governments, and above all, a philosopher who asked questions so fundamental that we are still, more than 3 centuries after his death, attempting to answer them. But here is what makes tonight's journey so remarkable. Locke's great insights did not emerge from pure abstraction or ivory tower speculation. They grew from careful observation, from watching patients as a physician and noting how the mind emerged from the fog of fever, from experiencing firsthand the tyranny of absolute power and wondering what made any government legitimate, from studying his own consciousness as it woke each morning and asking what connected yesterday's self to today's, from noticing how children learned and questioning whether we truly arrive in this world with knowledge already inscribed upon our souls. The world into which John Locke was born believed it knew the answers to fundamental questions with absolute certainty. The king ruled by divine right, ordained by God himself, and to question this was to question the very architecture of creation. Knowledge was something innate, planted in the soul before birth, waiting only to be remembered. Your station in life, whether peasant or prince, was determined by providence and immutable law. The structure of reality itself seemed fixed, hierarchical, and ultimately beyond human power to alter. And yet, something was stirring. The year before Locke's birth, Galileo had faced the Inquisition for suggesting the Earth moved around the sun. When Locke was a boy, England descended into a brutal civil war that would see a king beheaded and the entire social order thrown into chaos. His father, a country lawyer, fought in the parliamentary army against royal absolutism. Young John grew up in a house where the divine right of kings was not an unquestionable truth, but a dangerous lie. He witnessed firsthand how certainty could become tyranny, how unquestioned authority could lead to bloodshed in the streets. These experiences planted seeds in fertile soil. As Locke pursued his education at Oxford, studying first philosophy and then medicine, he encountered the emerging scientific method. He befriended the great chemist Robert Boyle, who taught him to trust observation over ancient texts. He studied the human body with Thomas Sydenham, learning to watch patients carefully rather than impose theoretical systems upon them. He absorbed the revolutionary mathematics of Isaac Newton, who would become a close friend, and slowly, a radical idea began to crystallize in his mind. What if everything we had been taught about human nature was fundamentally wrong? What if we did not arrive in this world with our knowledge, our identities, our social roles already determined? What if the mind at birth was not a repository of innate truths, but something else entirely? Something that would make the structure of society, the legitimacy of government, the very nature of the self, far more fluid and far more interesting than anyone had imagined. This idea was not merely philosophically novel, it was politically explosive. Because if Locke was right, if human beings were not born with predetermined natures and divinely ordained stations, then the entire edifice of absolute monarchy, inherited privilege, and rigid social hierarchy rested on nothing more substantial than old habits and brute force. Kings did not rule because God made them superior beings. Nobles were not naturally fitted to command peasants. Knowledge was not the exclusive province of the learned elite who claimed to possess truths ordinary people could never grasp. The implications were breathtaking and terrifying, and they would eventually force Locke into exile. Suspected of treason, living under the constant threat of assassination, his books published anonymously lest they trace back to him. But tonight, as you rest, we are safe to explore these dangerous ideas together. We can follow Locke's reasoning wherever it leads, watching as a new understanding of human consciousness, identity, and freedom emerges from his careful observations and bold conclusions. So let us begin where Locke himself began, with a question so fundamental that everything else would flow from its answer. A question about the origin of ideas, the nature of knowledge, and the contents of the human mind. But I must warn you gently. Once you truly understand Locke's answer, once you see what he saw, you may never look at yourself or the world around you quite the same way again. The familiar will become strange, the certain will become questionable, and the self you thought you knew so intimately will reveal itself as something far more mysterious and magnificent than you ever imagined. The question, put simply, is this: when you think a thought, where did that thought come from? In Locke's time, the prevailing answer seemed obvious to learned scholars. Knowledge, they insisted, was innate. The human mind contained certain fundamental truths from birth, placed there either by God or by the essential nature of the rational soul itself. Principles like the law of non-contradiction, the axioms of mathematics, the existence of God, basic moral truths about right and wrong, all of these were supposedly stamped upon the mind before we ever opened our eyes to behold the world. This doctrine of innate ideas had ancient roots. Plato had taught that learning was really remembering, that the soul possessed knowledge from before its embodiment, and that education merely awakened these dormant truths. The medieval scholastics had integrated this with Christian theology, and in Locke's own century, the great French philosopher René Descartes had argued that certain clear and distinct ideas, the cogito itself, the existence of God, the principles of geometry, were known with absolute certainty precisely because they were innate to rational minds. It was an elegant theory. It explained how we could have knowledge that seemed universal, transcending the accidents of individual experience. It grounded morality in something deeper than mere convention, and it supported a hierarchical view of society. Some souls possess these innate truths more clearly than others, the philosopher more than the peasant, the civilized European more than the savage, the man more than the woman. But John Locke, watching carefully, observing newborn infants, studying people of different cultures, examining his own consciousness, with merciless honesty, became convinced this elegant theory was entirely wrong. Consider a newborn child, he suggested. Observe this tiny being with clear eyes, without preconception. Do you see a mind stocked with innate knowledge? Do you see a creature contemplating the law of non-contradiction or the existence of God? Or do you see something else entirely? A mind that seems almost perfectly receptive, open, unformed, responding to sensations, beginning to organize the raw data of experience into something coherent, but starting, it would appear, from nothing. Locke pressed the point. If there truly were innate ideas, propositions that all minds possessed from birth, then we should find universal agreement on these principles. But where is this agreement? Travel the world, he observed, and you will find tremendous diversity in beliefs about God, about morality, about the fundamental nature of reality. Some peoples worship one God, others many, still others none at all. Moral codes vary dramatically. Even seemingly obvious logical principles are not grasped by children or those without education. The defenders of innate ideas had a response. These truths are innate, they said, but they require reason to uncover them, maturity to recognize them. They are like seeds planted in the soul, waiting for the right conditions to bloom. Locke found this answer unsatisfying. If reason is required to discover these supposedly innate ideas, then how are they different from ideas we learn through experience and reasoning? The word innate becomes meaningless. It is like saying hunger is innate, even though a person feels no hunger. Saying the mind possesses knowledge that it does not actually know is a contradiction in terms. And then Locke posed a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. If the soul has innate ideas that it acquired before embodiment, or that are simply part of its essence, why do these ideas never appear in consciousness in their pure original form? Why, when we sleep, do we not dream of these pristine innate truths? Why does the soul, in its supposed retreat during sleep, never light upon these ideas it possessed before experience touched it? Instead, even our most abstract thoughts, even our strangest dreams, seem to be recombinations of things we have encountered in waking life. The tang of the cask, as Locke beautifully put it, marks even our most sublime conceptions. So if knowledge is not innate, where does it come from? Locke's answer was revolutionary in its simplicity and profound in its implications. Let us suppose, he wrote, that the mind at birth is like white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How then does it come to be furnished? From where does it acquire that vast store of ideas, which the busy and boundless imagination of human beings has painted upon it? The answer: experience. Nothing more and nothing less. Every idea that ever passed through a human mind, every thought you have ever entertained, every concept you grasp, every fleeting image and every abstract principle, all of it, ultimately, traces back to experience. The mind is not like a container filled before birth with treasures. It is like a blank slate, a tabula rasa, as later interpreters would call it, though Locke himself used the metaphor of white paper or an empty cabinet. But what did Locke mean by experience? Here his answer becomes rich and nuanced, revealing the careful observer behind the bold theory. Experience, he explained, comes to us through two channels, two fountains that supply all the materials of knowledge. The first is sensation. This is the most obvious channel. Through our five senses, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, smelling, the external world impresses itself upon consciousness. A shaft of sunlight falling across a room, the sound of rain on a window, the taste of honey, the scent of roses, the warmth of another person's hand. These are simple ideas, the basic building blocks of thought, delivered directly by the senses. They are particular, immediate, undeniable. The redness of this rose, the coldness of that ice, the brightness of yonder star. As you lie here now, preparing for sleep, notice the sensations arriving at the shores of your consciousness. Perhaps the softness of your pillow against your cheek, the weight of blankets upon your body, the quality of light or darkness in the room. These simple sensory impressions are, according to Locke, the foundational elements from which all your knowledge of the external world is constructed. But Locke recognized something crucial that makes his empiricism sophisticated rather than simplistic. There is a second channel of experience, one that comes not from the external world, but from within. He called it reflection. This is the mind's perception of its own operations, the awareness of thinking itself, the recognition of doubting, believing, reasoning, willing, imagining, remembering. These two are experiences, internal experiences, and they give rise to another whole class of ideas. When you are aware that you are thinking about something, that is reflection. When you notice yourself doubting or believing, desiring or fearing, remembering yesterday or imagining tomorrow, these operations of the mind itself become objects of experience. And just as sensation gives us ideas of colors, sounds, and textures, reflection gives us ideas of thought, doubt, belief, and will. This distinction is elegant and important. Locke is not claiming that the mind is purely passive, merely receiving impressions like wax receiving a seal. The mind has active powers. It compares, it combines, it abstracts, it remembers. But, and this is crucial, the materials upon which these powers operate must ultimately come from sensation or reflection. The mind cannot create simple ideas out of nothing. It can only work with what experience provides. Consider the idea of a golden mountain. You have never seen a golden mountain. Perhaps no such thing exists in the world, and yet you can conceive of one easily. How? By combining two simple ideas you have received through experience, the idea of gold, which you know from sensation, and the idea of a mountain, which you likewise know from sensation. The mind's power to combine is remarkable, but the ingredients must come from experience. Or consider something more abstract, like the idea of infinity. How does a finite mind conceive of the infinite? Locke's answer: by taking the idea of finite, magnitude, which we know from experience, and the idea of addition, which we also know from experience, and then applying the operation of addition without end. We can imagine always adding one more. The idea of infinity is thus constructed by the mind operating on materials given in experience. Now, you might be wondering, what about necessary truths? What about mathematics? Surely 2 + 2 = 4, not because of experience, but because of some innate rational insight. Locke's answer is subtle. The ideas of 2 and 4 are indeed built up from experience, from counting actual objects. But once we have these ideas, we can perceive certain relationships between them that are necessarily true. That 2 + 2 = 4 is a relationship we perceive between our ideas. It is a kind of intuitive knowledge, where we see the connection immediately and certainly. But the ideas themselves still originated in experience. The implications of this seemingly simple theory ripple outward in extraordinary ways. If all ideas come from experience, then the mind you possess right now, with all its contents, its memories, its knowledge, its personality, is the cumulative result of every experience you have ever had. You were not born as you. You became you, written upon gradually by sensation and reflection, day by day, moment by moment, from your first blurry perceptions as an infant to this present instant. And this means something profound about human equality. A peasant and a prince begin with the same blank slate. The differences between them are not innate, not ordained by nature or God, but the result of vastly different experiences, different educations, different opportunities to fill the mind with ideas. Given the same experiences, the same education, there is no reason the peasant could not grasp everything the prince grasps. The hierarchy of souls dissolves under Locke's patient gaze. It also means something profound about human potential. If we are not locked into predetermined natures, if our minds are shaped by experience, then we can be shaped differently. Education becomes not the uncovering of innate truths, but the careful provision of the right experiences. Character becomes not fixed essence, but the result of habits formed through repeated experiences. Reform, improvement, growth, all of these become possible in a way they cannot be if our natures are innate and immutable, and it means something profound about knowledge itself. If all ideas trace back to experience, then knowledge is not the privilege of special souls who grasp innate truths more clearly than others. It is available, at least in principle, to anyone who can receive sensations and engage in reflection. The democratization of knowledge follows from the blank slate. But Locke was too honest an observer to pretend the slate remains blank for long. From our earliest moments, sensations pour in. The mind begins its work of organizing, comparing, remembering. Simple ideas combine into complex ones. Experiences accumulate into habits. Associations form between ideas. And gradually, mysteriously, something emerges that we call the self, which brings us to perhaps the deepest and most personal of all Locke's inquiries. Because once you accept that the mind begins as a blank slate and is furnished by experience, a profound question arises. If you are constantly changing, if new experiences are always being added, if the contents of your mind today are different from what they were yesterday and will be different tomorrow, then what makes you you? What is the principle of continuity that connects the infant you once were, the child you became, the adult you are now, and the older person you will someday be? This question of personal identity captivated Locke, and his answer to it may be his most profound and unsettling contribution to philosophy. But to understand his answer, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The traditional view, inherited from medieval philosophy and still dominant in Locke's time, held that personal identity consisted in the identity of substance. You are the same person over time because you are the same substance over time. For dualists like Descartes, this meant you were the same immaterial soul. For others, it might mean the same living organism. Either way, identity was a matter of being the same thing in a substantial sense. But Locke, with his characteristic empiricism, asked a troubling question. How do you know you are the same soul or substance over time? You have no direct experience of your own soul or substantial self. What you have experience of is consciousness. You are aware of your thoughts, your perceptions, your memories. But do you perceive some underlying substance beneath all of this? Locke suggested you do not, and indeed cannot. Consider dreamless sleep, that mysterious state you may soon enter. When you wake tomorrow morning, how will you know you are the same person who went to sleep tonight? Not because you perceive the same substance, whatever that would mean, but because you will remember going to sleep. Your consciousness tomorrow morning will encompass the memories of your consciousness tonight. This continuity of consciousness, Locke suggested, is what constitutes personal identity. He defined a person as a thinking, intelligent being that has reason and reflection and can consider itself as itself the same thinking thing, in different times and places. And the key to this self-awareness across time is memory. Consciousness, he wrote, as far as it extends, makes the same person. To illustrate this radical idea, Locke proposed thought experiments that still provoke discussion 3 centuries later. Imagine, he suggested, that the soul of a prince, carrying all its memories and consciousness, were to enter the body of a cobbler, a humble shoemaker. Everyone looking at this person would see the cobbler's body. But suppose this body now contained all the memories, all the consciousness of the prince. Who would this person be? The prince or the cobbler? By the substance view, this person would be the cobbler, same body, perhaps same biological organism. But Locke insisted this person would actually be the prince, because personal identity follows consciousness, not substance. Wherever the prince's consciousness goes, there the prince is, regardless of what substance houses that consciousness. Now flip it around. Suppose the cobbler's soul entered the prince's body. Everyone at court would bow to the prince's body. But if this body now contained only the cobbler's memories and consciousness, this person would not be the prince. He would be the cobbler, despite appearances. These thought experiments seem fanciful, and Locke knew they were unlikely ever to occur, but they served a purpose. They clarified that when we care about personal identity, when we worry about whether someone will be held responsible for past actions or rewarded for past virtues, what matters is continuity of consciousness, not identity of substance. This becomes especially clear in cases of memory loss. Suppose a person commits a crime, but then suffers complete amnesia, genuinely losing all memory of the act, and indeed of their entire previous life. Are they still the same person who committed the crime? By the substance view, yes, same body or soul. But by Locke's consciousness view, no. This raises difficult questions about justice and responsibility. Questions Locke acknowledged but did not fully resolve. The implications are both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because they suggest personal identity is not a mysterious, metaphysical fact about substances you cannot perceive, but something grounded in the very experience of consciousness you know intimately. Your identity is constituted by your memories, your sense of continuity, your ability to recognize yourself across time, but unsettling because this makes identity more fragile than we might like. What happens if memories are lost? What happens in cases of divided consciousness, like split-brain patients modern neuroscience has discovered? What about false memories, where you remember something that never actually happened? If identity is constituted by consciousness and memory, then identity can be disrupted, fragmented, even multiplied in ways the substance view never allowed. Locke also made a subtle but important distinction between the identity of a man and the identity of a person. The identity of a man, meaning the human organism, might continue even if personal identity is interrupted. Someone in a permanent coma is still the same living human organism, the same man, but perhaps not the same person if consciousness is utterly gone. And conversely, personal identity might in principle continue even if the underlying substance changed, as in the prince and cobbler example. This distinction has profound implications for questions about the afterlife, a topic of great concern in Locke's religious age. Many of his contemporaries worried, how can there be resurrection of the body if the body decays and its matter disperses? Locke's answer offered a kind of reassurance. What matters for the resurrection is not that the exact same matter be reassembled, but that the same consciousness continue. God could, in principle, provide a new body for the same person, as long as consciousness persists. But the deepest implication of Locke's view is this: you are not a thing that has experiences. You are, in some sense, the experiences themselves, or rather, the unity and continuity of consciousness that binds experiences together into a coherent perspective on the world. This consciousness, this awareness that can say I and recognize itself across time, this is the self, and it is built, moment by moment, from the stream of sensations, reflections, and memories that constitute your lived experience. As you lie here, consciousness beginning to dim as sleep approaches, consider this. The person who wakes tomorrow, morning will be you, not because they occupy the same body, though they will, but because their consciousness will encompass tonight. They will remember lying here, listening to these words, feeling the weight of blankets, breathing in and out. The continuity of memory will bridge the gap of sleep, creating the narrative thread that constitutes your identity. But what about sleep itself? Here, Locke made an observation that troubled some of his readers, but follows logically from his view. During deep, dreamless sleep, where is consciousness? It is not present to itself. You are not aware of being asleep while you are in that state, so in what sense are you a person during dreamless sleep? Locke's answer, carefully worded, is that personal identity is interrupted during such times. The sleeping person is the same man, the same human organism, but perhaps not in the fullest sense, the same person, since consciousness has ceased. This might seem troubling, but there is something rather beautiful about it. It means that sleep is a kind of small death, a genuine discontinuity in personal existence. And waking is a kind of resurrection, a renewal of the self. Every morning, consciousness returns, memory bridges the gap, and you become yourself again. The self is not a permanent, substantial thing, but an ongoing achievement, a continuity created by consciousness rather than a metaphysical given. And this brings us to Locke's political philosophy, because the same empiricist approach, the same careful observation of human nature, the same willingness to question received wisdom, led him to revolutionary conclusions about the legitimate basis of government, the nature of rights, and the proper relationship between individuals and authority. If Locke's epistemology erased the boundary between noble and common minds, his political philosophy erased the boundary between divine right and mere force. To understand the radical nature of Locke's political thought, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The political orthodoxy of his time, the view that legitimized absolute monarchy and made questioning royal authority tantamount to blasphemy, was the doctrine of the divine right of kings. This doctrine held that political authority descended from God through an unbroken chain. God had appointed Adam as sovereign over creation. This sovereignty passed to Adam's heirs, and through various genealogical paths descended to the monarchs of Locke's day. The king was God's lieutenant on earth, and obedience to the king was obedience to God. To resist the king was to resist the divine order itself. This was not a fringe view, but the official position of the English monarchy and the established church. A book titled Patriarcha, written by Robert Filmer, laid out this case systematically. Filmer argued that children are born into subjection to their fathers, and fathers hold absolute authority over their children. This paternal authority, originating with Adam, had been inherited by kings. Subjects were literally the children of their monarchs, owing the same absolute obedience children owe fathers. Against this towering edifice of divine right, inherited authority, and paternal power, John Locke proposed a simple, devastating question. Where is the evidence? How do we know, he asked, that political authority descends from Adam? Even if we grant that Adam had some kind of dominion over the earth, a large concession, how do we trace this authority through all the generations to any particular living monarch? The genealogies are lost in the mists of time. Multiple claimants could assert descent from Adam. The whole system collapses into arbitrary assertion backed by nothing more than force. But Locke did not stop with this historical argument. He made a more fundamental point. Even if we could trace unbroken descent from Adam, even if we knew with certainty who Adam's rightful heir was, this would not establish political obligation. Because paternal power is not, and never was, absolute. And even if it were, political authority is not the same as paternal authority. What, then, is the true basis of political obligation? What makes a government legitimate? What gives anyone the right to command another person to obey? Locke's answer began with a thought experiment, a device borrowed from earlier political philosophers, but deployed by Locke with devastating effect. Imagine, he wrote, human beings in a state of nature before any government exists. What would this condition be like? Here, Locke's answer differed dramatically from that of Thomas Hobbes, another English philosopher who had also used the state of nature as a conceptual tool. For Hobbes, writing during the chaos of civil war, the state of nature was a nightmare, a war of all against all, where life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Human beings in their natural condition, Hobbes thought, were so dangerous to one another that any government, even the most absolute and tyrannical, was preferable to the anarchy of nature. But Locke, observing human nature more optimistically, saw things differently. The state of nature, he argued, was not a state of war, but a state of perfect freedom and equality. In this natural condition, all persons are equal in the sense that no one has natural authority over anyone else. No one is born to command, no one born to obey. Each person has the right to order their own actions, dispose of their possessions, and live as they see fit, without asking permission from anyone. But, and this is crucial, the state of nature is not a state of license. Freedom does not mean you can do whatever you want. Even in the absence of human government, Locke argued, there is law, natural law, which binds all rational beings. What is this natural law? Locke defined it as the law of reason itself, discernible by any rational creature. And reason, if consulted, teaches certain fundamental principles. First among them, that all human beings, being equal and independent, ought to respect one another's rights to life, liberty, and estate. No one ought to harm another in these fundamental goods without cause. Or, as Locke memorably put it, no, one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. Why? Because we are all the workmanship of God, made to last during His pleasure, not one another's. Our bodies and lives are not our own property to dispose of as we please. They belong to God who made us. Therefore, we have no right to destroy ourselves or others. But everything else, our actions, our labor, the fruits of our labor, these we do own, and these no one may take from us without our consent. This introduces Locke's famous labor theory of property, an idea that would influence economic thought for centuries. How does private property arise in the state of nature? Locke's answer: through the mixing of labor with natural resources. Imagine the earth in its original state, held in common by all humanity. No one owns any particular part of it. The apples on trees, the water in streams, the land itself, all are common. But suppose you pick an apple. By the act of picking, by mixing your labor with this natural object, you make it yours. The apple becomes your property because you expended effort to acquire it, and your labor is undeniably your own. The same principle applies to land. If you clear a section of wilderness, plow the soil, plant crops, you have mixed your labor with the earth. This land becomes yours, at least provisionally. You have a property right to the fruits of your labor. But Locke added a crucial limitation, what philosophers now call the Lockean proviso. Your appropriation is legitimate only if you leave enough and as good for others. You cannot take all the water from a stream, leaving others to die of thirst. You cannot fence off all available land, leaving others with no place to work. Property rights are real and important, but they are not unlimited. They exist within the constraint that others must also have the opportunity to sustain themselves. This theory of property had implications both radical and conservative. Radical because it suggested that property rights come not from social convention or royal grant, but from the natural right to the fruits of one's labor. A peasant who works land has more legitimate claim to it than a king who merely inherited title. Conservative because it provided a firm foundation for private property against those who might claim all things should be held in common. But Locke's state of nature, for all its freedom and equality, had problems. He called them inconveniences. Without an established legal system, disputes arose over who owned what. Without impartial judges, people judged their own cases, inevitably with bias. Without reliable enforcement, the strong could violate the weak with impunity. The state of nature was not a war of all against all, but it was insecure, uncertain, uncomfortable. So rational people, Locke argued, would choose to leave the state of nature. They would come together and establish civil society through a social contract. But, and here is where Locke's theory becomes revolutionary, this contract is not a surrender of rights to an absolute sovereign. It is a conditional grant of limited powers to a government whose sole purpose is to better secure the very rights people possessed in the state of nature. Think about what this means. Government exists to protect life, liberty, and property. These rights precede government. They are natural rights, possessed by virtue of being human, not granted by any political authority. Government is therefore a tool, a mechanism, for securing rights more effectively, and it is legitimate only insofar as it serves this purpose. The authority of government comes from the consent of the governed. This is the heart of the social contract. By consenting, explicitly or tacitly, to be part of a civil society, people agree to abide by the decisions of the majority, to follow established laws, to submit disputes to impartial judges, rather than taking justice into their own hands. But this consent is conditional. It assumes the government will fulfill its purpose of protecting rights. And here, Locke made an argument that would echo through history. When a government systematically violates the rights it was established to protect, when it becomes destructive of the ends for which it was formed, the people have a right to alter or abolish it. The right of revolution is not a lawless abandonment of order, but the ultimate safeguard of natural rights against governmental tyranny. This was not abstract theorizing. Locke wrote his 2 treatises on government during the crisis that would lead to the overthrow of King James II in 1688, the event known as the Glorious Revolution. His arguments provided intellectual justification for resisting a monarch who had overstepped his legitimate authority, and they would be taken up again, nearly a century later, by American colonists arguing that King George III had violated their natural rights, justifying revolution and the establishment of a new form of government. But Locke's political philosophy was not merely negative, not merely about limiting government and justifying resistance. He had positive things to say about how legitimate government should be structured. First, government should be divided into separate powers. The legislative power, the authority to make laws, should reside in a representative body, ideally elected by the people or at least by property-owning citizens. This legislature should be supreme, the voice of the people themselves establishing the rules under which society operates. But legislative power should be limited. It cannot be arbitrary. Laws must be general, known in advance, applied equally, to all. The legislature cannot simply take property without consent, cannot rule by decree, cannot delegate its authority to a dictator. It is bound by natural law and by the trust placed in it by the people. Second, there should be an executive power responsible for enforcing laws and conducting foreign policy. This executive should be strong enough to act decisively, but ultimately subordinate to the legislature, since the legislature represents the people more directly. Third, there should be independent judges to settle disputes according to established law. The rule of law, not the rule of men, should govern society. This separation and balancing of powers, this insistence on rule of law, this recognition that government authority is limited and conditional, these ideas would deeply influence the architects of the American Constitution. When James Madison designed a system of checks and balances, when Thomas Jefferson wrote that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, when the Declaration of Independence asserted the right of revolution against tyranny, they were walking paths John Locke had blazed. But perhaps most revolutionary was Locke's argument for religious toleration. In an age when religious uniformity was enforced by law, when dissenters faced persecution, when wars were fought over questions of faith, Locke argued that government had no business dictating religious belief. Why? Because belief cannot be compelled. The mind cannot be forced to accept something as true merely because government commands it. Faith, if it is genuine, must be free. A coerced belief is no belief at all, merely an external conformity masking inner dissent. Moreover, the purpose of government is to protect life, liberty, and property in this world. The salvation of souls is not within its jurisdiction. Church and state have different domains and different means. The church operates through persuasion and teaching. The state operates through law and force. To mix these is to corrupt both. Therefore, Locke argued, civil authority should tolerate diverse religious beliefs. Let Catholics and Protestants, Anglicans and dissenters, Christians and Jews all worship according to their conscience, so long as they do not threaten civil peace. The state should enforce laws against theft and murder, not laws against heresy. Locke's toleration had limits. He excluded atheists on the grounds that they could not be trusted to keep oaths, and Catholics on the political grounds that they owed allegiance to a foreign power, the Pope. These exclusions seem narrow and inconsistent today, but in Locke's context, even this limited toleration was radical. And the logic of his argument pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, even if Locke himself did not fully embrace that logic. The implications of Locke's political philosophy ripple forward through centuries. They made possible the democratic revolutions that transformed the Western world. They established principles that are now considered foundational to free societies: government by consent, rule of law, protection of individual rights, separation of church and state, the right of revolution against tyranny. But they also contained tensions and contradictions that would take generations to work out, and which we are still navigating today. Locke spoke of universal human equality, but accepted slavery under certain conditions. He argued for natural rights belonging to all human beings, but practically excluded women from political participation. He defended property rights, but owned shares in colonial enterprises that dispossessed indigenous peoples. The gap between his universal principles and his particular prejudices reveals the human limitations even of great thinkers. Yet the principles themselves, once articulated, have a logic that pushes beyond the limitations of their author. If all human beings possess natural rights to life, liberty, and property by virtue of being human, then this must include enslaved Africans, indigenous Americans, women, the poor, everyone. Later thinkers would deploy Lockean arguments to expand the circle of rights, to challenge slavery, to demand women's suffrage, to fight for civil rights. The architecture Locke built could house more than he perhaps intended. Now, let us return to Locke's epistemology, his theory of knowledge, because there is more depth here than we have yet explored. For Locke was not content simply to say all knowledge comes from experience. He wanted to understand the nature of knowledge itself, its limits and possibilities, with careful precision. Locke distinguished between different kinds of ideas based on their relationship to the world. Some ideas, he argued, genuinely resemble qualities in objects themselves. Others are merely the mind's response to certain physical configurations, not resembling anything in the external world. He called the first kind primary qualities. These include solidity, extension, figure, motion, and number. A ball is genuinely round, genuinely in motion, genuinely possesses a certain size and mass. These qualities belong to the object itself and would exist even if no mind perceived them. But then there are secondary qualities: color, taste, smell, sound, warmth. These, Locke argued, do not really exist in objects themselves in the way they appear to us. Color is not in the rose, but is the effect the rose's physical structure has on our visual system. Sweetness is not in the honey, but is the sensation honey produces in our taste organs. The warmth you feel is not in the fire itself, which is merely rapidly moving particles, but is the effect of those particles on your nervous system. This distinction might seem technical, but it has profound implications. It means the world as it exists independently of perception is quite different from the world as we experience it. The universe of pure physics, Locke suggested, is colorless, soundless, odorless, a realm of particles in motion with various sizes, shapes, and speeds. All the richness of sensory experience, the redness of red, the sweetness of sweet, the warmth of warmth, these are contributions of the perceiving mind. Does this make secondary qualities less real? Not exactly. They are real experiences, real qualities of our perceptual states. But they do not resemble anything in the external world in the way primary qualities do. And this means that our experience, while caused by the external world, is not a perfect mirror of it. This leads to a sobering recognition of the limits of human knowledge. We can know that external objects exist and affect us. We can know their primary qualities through careful observation and measurement. But our access to the ultimate nature of things, to the real essences of substances, is severely limited. Locke distinguished between nominal essences and real essences. The nominal essence of something is the set of observable properties by which we classify it. The nominal essence of gold, for example, might be yellowish metal, heavy, malleable, doesn't rust. These are the properties we use to identify gold and distinguish it from other substances. But the real essence of gold, its ultimate constitution, the internal structure that explains why it has these observable properties, this we do not know. We can study gold carefully, measure its properties precisely, even uncover some aspects of its internal structure with advanced instruments. But Locke believed there would always be a gap between our classificatory schemes and the true essences of things. This epistemological humility was characteristic of Locke. He insisted that we acknowledge the limits of human understanding rather than pretending to certainty we do not possess. And he suggested we should be content with the degree of knowledge we can attain, which, while imperfect, is sufficient for the practical purposes of human life. Locke distinguished 3 degrees of knowledge, ranked by their certainty. The highest is intuitive knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas immediately, without need for proof, that you exist, that a circle is not a square. that 3 is more than 2. These you know intuitively, directly, certainly. The second degree is demonstrative knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas through intermediate steps of reasoning. Mathematical proofs exemplify this. We do not see immediately that the angles of a triangle equal 2 right angles, but we can demonstrate it through a series of steps, each of which is intuitively certain. The third and lowest degree is sensitive knowledge, knowledge of the existence of particular external objects. That this flower exists here and now, that this sound is occurring, we know through sensation. But this knowledge lacks the complete certainty of intuition or demonstration. We might be deceived by dreams or hallucinations. Still, the evidence is strong enough for practical purposes. We can be reasonably certain of the existence of objects we currently perceive. What about everything else, the vast realm of beliefs about things we do not currently perceive or cannot demonstrate? Here Locke introduced the concept of probability. Most of our beliefs are not knowledge in the strict sense, but probable judgments based on evidence. The sun will rise tomorrow. Paris is the capital of France. Bread nourishes. These are highly probable beliefs, but they lack the absolute certainty of intuition or demonstration. This means we should proportion our assent to the evidence. Where evidence is strong, believe strongly. Where evidence is weak, believe tentatively, and be willing to revise beliefs when new evidence emerges. This scientific attitude, this intellectual humility, combined with confidence in reason and observation, was central to Locke's vision of human knowledge. Locke also devoted considerable attention to language, recognizing that words are essential to thought, but also a frequent source of confusion and error. Words, he argued, stand for ideas in the mind of the person using them. Communication works when my words call up in your mind ideas similar to those in mine. But this process is imperfect. Words can be vague, ambiguous, used inconsistently. Much of human disagreement, Locke thought, stems from linguistic confusion rather than genuine differences of opinion. People use the same words to mean different things, or different words to mean the same thing, and waste time in fruitless debate. If we would only define our terms clearly, many disputes would dissolve. This concern with language led Locke to offer recommendations for clear thinking and communication. Define your terms explicitly. Use words consistently. Distinguish between different senses of the same word. Don't assume others mean by a word exactly what you mean. These may seem like common sense, but Locke observed that people violate these principles constantly, leading to endless confusion. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how Locke's epistemology offers a kind of peace. We need not pretend to certainty we do not possess. We need not claim knowledge of ultimate essences or absolute truths beyond our grasp. It is enough to observe carefully, reason honestly, proportion belief to evidence, and remain open to correction. This is intellectual humility, but it is also intellectual confidence. Confidence that this modest empirical approach can yield genuine knowledge, sufficient for human flourishing. And Locke's own life exemplified this balance of humility and confidence. He had worked as a physician, carefully observing symptoms, trying treatments, noting what worked and what did not, never pretending to complete understanding of the body's mysteries, but accumulating practical knowledge that could heal. He had studied politics, watching governments rise and fall, noting the patterns of tyranny and the conditions of stability, never claiming to know the perfect system, but articulating principles that could guide toward justice. He had examined his own consciousness, noting the flow of sensations and thoughts, the operations of memory and association, never pretending to fathom the ultimate mystery of awareness, but describing accurately what could be observed. This empirical attitude, this willingness to learn from experience while acknowledging the limits of knowledge, was not merely an intellectual position. It was a way of life, a stance toward the world characterized by curiosity, patience, and honesty, and it connected directly to his practical philosophy, his thoughts about how we should live, individually and collectively. Because if the mind is shaped by experience, then we bear responsibility for the experiences we provide to ourselves and especially to the next generation. Locke wrote extensively about education, and his recommendations flow naturally from his epistemological principles. If the mind at birth is a blank slate, then education is literally everything. The child becomes what the child experiences. This is an awesome responsibility for parents and teachers. But Locke's educational philosophy was surprisingly humane and progressive for his time. He opposed the harsh physical discipline common in schools, arguing that beating children teaches them only fear and resentment. He recommended gentle guidance, the formation of good habits through positive example, the cultivation of reason rather than mere obedience. Play is important, he argued, because children learn through activity. Curiosity should be encouraged, not stifled. Education should be adapted to the child's individual temperament and abilities, not forced into a rigid mold. The goal is to form character, to develop judgment and self-discipline, to prepare the child for the responsibilities of adult life in a free society. Locke also emphasized physical education and health. A sound mind in a sound body, he believed. Children should spend time outdoors, should develop physical skills and stamina, should learn to endure some discomfort without complaint. But this toughening should be balanced with genuine care and affection. And education should be practical as well as theoretical. Learn useful skills. Study the world around you. Don't just memorize ancient texts. Observe nature directly. This emphasis on practical, experiential learning would influence educational reformers for centuries. Locke's economic thought also reflected his broader philosophical commitments. He was an advocate of what we might call economic liberalism, though that term would come later. He believed in the right to private property, as we have seen, grounded in the labor theory of value. He defended commercial activity and criticized those who viewed trade as morally suspect. But he also recognized that economic systems could be just or unjust. Property rights were important, but not absolute. The Lockean proviso, enough and as good left for others, imposed moral constraints on appropriation, and government had legitimate roles in the economy, providing infrastructure, coining money, enforcing contracts, preventing fraud. Locke served for several years on the Board of Trade in England, advising the government on economic policy. He wrote about monetary policy, interest rates, the relationship between trade and national prosperity. His approach was empirical, based on observation of how economies actually functioned rather than abstract theorizing. In all of this, we see the consistent application of Lockean principles. Freedom is valuable, both political and economic. But freedom exists within a framework of natural law, natural rights, and mutual obligation. The individual is important but not isolated. We are separate persons with our own rights, but we are also social beings who flourish only in community with others. Locke's relationship with religion is complex and fascinating, revealing both the depth of his faith and his willingness to subject even religious matters to rational scrutiny. He lived in an age when religious questions were literally matters of life and death, when people were executed for heresy, when nations went to war over theological disputes. Yet Locke sought a middle path between religious fanaticism and irreligious skepticism. He wrote a book titled The Reasonableness of Christianity, arguing that Christian faith was compatible with reason, indeed supported by it. The essential doctrines of Christianity, he claimed, were few and simple. Believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Live a moral life according to his teachings. The elaborate theological systems, the fine distinctions of doctrine, the complicated ceremonies, these were human additions, not part of the original simple message. This was a radical simplification, stripping away much that Catholic and Protestant churches considered essential. And it provoked criticism from Orthodox believers who saw Locke as dangerously heterodox, perhaps a secret Unitarian or Socinian, denying traditional doctrines of the Trinity and original sin. Locke also argued that reason could establish certain religious truths, that God exists could be demonstrated through rational argument. The order and design evident in nature pointed to an intelligent creator. Our own existence, our capacity for reason, suggested a rational source. These were proofs, Locke believed, available to anyone who thought carefully, regardless of scriptural revelation. But reason had limits. It could prove God exists, but could not reveal God's specific plans or purposes for humanity. It could establish moral law in general terms, but needed revelation to know the fullness of divine mercy and judgment. So faith and reason complemented each other. Reason established foundations, revelation built upon them. Most importantly for Locke, religious truth could not be imposed by force. Belief was a matter of inner conviction, not external conformity. The state had no right to dictate religious belief, only to maintain civil peace. And different religious communities should tolerate one another, recognizing that sincere people could interpret Scripture differently, that God alone knew human hearts, that compulsion produced only hypocrisy, never genuine faith. This toleration, argument as we have seen, had limits Locke himself placed on it. But the logic pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, and it helped establish a framework for peaceful religious pluralism that has become essential to modern liberal democracies. Locke's own spiritual life seems to have been serious and sincere, if unconventional by the standards of his time. He read Scripture carefully, took theology seriously, believed in providence and divine judgment. But he rejected claims to special revelation, miracles reported by others, any truth that contradicted reason. His religion was rational, moral, and intensely personal rather than institutional. As sleep draws nearer, consider this aspect of Locke's legacy. He showed that you could question authority, including religious authority, while maintaining faith. You could subject beliefs to rational scrutiny without abandoning the search for meaning and transcendence. You could live in a world of natural law without losing wonder at the mystery of existence. The last years of Locke's life bring our story full circle. After decades of danger, exile, and uncertainty, he finally saw his major works published and acknowledged. The essay concerning human understanding, the two treatises on government, the letter concerning toleration, all appeared in print, some anonymously, others with his name attached. He became a respected figure, sought out by younger thinkers, consulted by government officials. He lived quietly with friends, continuing to read and write despite declining health. He corresponded with Newton about philosophy and theology. He advised on economic policy. He watched as the political principles he had defended became reality in England's constitutional monarchy. But he never sought fame or power for themselves. His goal had always been truth, understanding, the careful examination of human nature and human institutions in hopes of making life better, freer, more reasonable. He had risked everything for these ideals, and he had lived to see them gain a foothold in the world. When Locke died in 1704, at the age of 72, he left behind a body of work that would shape the modern world. But he also left questions, tensions, incompleteness. His philosophy was not a finished system, but a beginning, an opening of pathways that others would walk. And they came, those others, building on Locke's foundations, criticizing his assumptions, developing his insights, pushing his principles to conclusions he had not reached. The Irish philosopher George Berkeley, a generation younger, accepted Locke's empiricism, but pushed it toward idealism. If we only know our ideas, never things themselves, perhaps only ideas exist. Matter itself might be a fiction. All that exists is minds and the ideas they perceive. This was not what Locke intended, but it showed the power and the danger of the empiricist approach. Push it far enough, and you might end up doubting the external world entirely. David Hume, the great Scottish skeptic, took Locke's empiricism even further. He questioned whether we could know anything about substance, about causation, about the self. All we ever encounter, Hume argued, are impressions and ideas. We never experience substance, only bundles of qualities. We never experience causal necessity, only constant conjunction. We never experience a unified self, only a stream of perceptions. Locke had been too conservative, too willing to assume things beyond experience. These critiques revealed both the fertility and the fragility of Locke's philosophy. The blank slate, the empiricism, the focus on experience, all of this was enormously influential. But it raised questions Locke had not fully answered. If all knowledge comes from experience, what guarantees the uniformity of nature? What justifies induction? What gives us knowledge of the external world? What holds the self together as a unity rather than a mere succession of disconnected experiences? Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, would attempt a synthesis, accepting the empiricist insight that knowledge begins with experience, while arguing that the mind brings certain structures to experience, organizing it according to innate categories and forms of intuition. Kant claimed to be reconciling empiricism and rationalism, though neither camp was entirely satisfied. In the political realm, Locke's influence was more straightforward and more profound. The American founding fathers absorbed Lockean principles through their pores. Jefferson called Locke one of the three greatest men who ever lived. The Declaration of Independence echoes Locke's language and arguments. The Constitution implements Lockean principles of limited government, separation of powers, protection of rights. The French revolutionaries also invoked Lockean ideas, though with less success at implementation. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen proclaimed natural rights, popular sovereignty, equality before law, all Lockean themes. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, movements for democracy, civil rights, decolonization all drew on Lockean arguments. The language of natural rights, human rights, inalienable rights, all stems from the tradition Locke helped establish. But Locke's legacy also includes darker elements. His labor theory of property was used to justify colonial dispossession of indigenous peoples. If they had not mixed their labor with the land in ways European observers recognized, then perhaps the land was still in a state of nature, available for appropriation. This was a perversion of Locke's proviso about leaving enough and as good, but it shows how philosophical arguments can be weaponized. Similarly, Locke's acceptance of slavery under certain conditions, his investment in the slave trade, his failure to extend his principles fully to women and non-Europeans, all reveal the gap between universal principles and particular prejudices. Modern readers approaching Locke face a challenge. We must take seriously both the liberating power of his best insights and the limitations of his worst blind spots. We can honor the principles of natural rights and human equality while recognizing that Locke himself applied these principles incompletely. The architecture he built can house more than he intended if we are willing to finish the construction. In epistemology, Locke's influence continues in psychology, cognitive science, and educational theory. The idea that the mind is shaped by experience, that nature and nurture both matter, that learning happens through engagement with the environment, all reflect Lockean insights, even if modern understanding is more nuanced than the blank slate. Metaphor suggests, we now know that human infants are not quite blank slates. They have innate capacities, predispositions, even some core knowledge. Language acquisition, for instance, seems to depend on innate structures. Moral intuitions appear very early, but experience still plays an enormous role in shaping these capacities, filling them with specific content, developing them in particular directions. The debate between nativism and empiricism continues, but in a more sophisticated form than Locke could have anticipated. In political philosophy, Lockean liberalism remains a powerful tradition, though contested from multiple directions. Some argue it is too individualistic, neglecting community and solidarity. Others say it is not individualistic enough, that Locke's acceptance of majority rule threatens minority rights. Feminists point out its historical exclusion of women. Marxists criticize its defense of private property. Communitarians question its social contract framework. Yet Lockean principles continue to animate debates about justice, rights, democracy, tolerance. When we argue about the proper role of government, the limits of state power, the protection of individual liberty, the legitimacy of revolution, We are arguing within a framework Locke helped create. Perhaps most enduringly, Locke gave us a way of thinking about ourselves that combines empirical honesty with respect for human dignity. We are not finished products, not fixed essences, not predetermined by nature or fate. We are ongoing constructions, built from experience, shaped by choices, capable of change. This is simultaneously humbling and empowering. Humbling because it denies us any claim to innate superiority. Empowering because it suggests we can become better than we are. As consciousness dims, as the boundary between waking and sleep blurs, return for a moment to that question we began with. Who are you? Now you have a Lockean answer. You are a consciousness, a continuity of awareness bound together by memory, experiencing the world through sensation and reflection, building ideas from the materials of experience, constructing an identity through the accumulation of perceptions and thoughts across time. When you sleep tonight, this consciousness will pause, at least in its explicit self-awareness. Dreamless sleep may interrupt the stream. Dreams may present fragments, associations, memories recombined in strange ways. But when you wake, memory will restore continuity. You will recognize yourself. The narrative will resume. The blank slate will have new experiences written upon it. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and sleep, waking and dreaming, experience and reflection, you participate in the mystery Locke described but could not fully explain. The mystery of the self. That strange unity of awareness that can say I and know itself across the changes of time. Locke's epistemology and his political philosophy come together here in a vision of human existence as fundamentally open to new experiences that can change us, open to new ideas that can reshape our understanding, open to new social arrangements that can better secure our rights and promote our flourishing. The blank slate is not a finished portrait but an invitation. Each day offers new experiences, new thoughts, new possibilities for growth. We are not trapped by innate natures or predetermined essences. We are free within the limits of our circumstances to shape ourselves, to choose what values we will embrace, what kind of people we will become, what kind of society we will build. This freedom is both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating because it means genuine choice, genuine responsibility, genuine possibility for improvement. Terrifying because it means we cannot blame our faults on immutable nature or divine decree. We are, in large measure, authors of ourselves. But we are not solitary authors. We exist in community with others, also free, also self-creating. And this creates both the need for political order and the possibility of genuine community. The social contract is not merely a limitation on freedom, but an expression of it, a mutual recognition of rights, a cooperative effort to build conditions in which all can flourish. Locke understood that humans are neither pure angels nor mere beasts. We are rational creatures capable of recognizing moral law, yet also passionate creatures capable of selfishness and cruelty. We are independent beings, with our own rights, yet also social beings who need others to survive and thrive. The challenge is to create institutions that channel our better nature while checking our worse impulses. This requires education, forming character and habits from childhood. It requires law, establishing clear rules and impartial enforcement. It requires culture, shared values and expectations that shape behavior beyond what law can reach. It requires vigilance, constant attention to whether institutions are serving their proper purposes or drifting toward tyranny. And it requires humility, recognition that we do not have all the answers, that our understanding is partial, that we must be willing to learn from experience and revise our beliefs when evidence demands it. This intellectual humility, this openness to revision, is perhaps Locke's most valuable legacy. In an age of dogmatism, he insisted on questioning. An age of absolute claims, he acknowledged limits. In an age of violent certainty, he counseled tolerance. Not because all beliefs are equally true. Locke was no relativist, but because we are fallible, our knowledge is imperfect, and the path to truth requires freedom to inquire, to debate, to test ideas against experience. As you drift now toward sleep, carry with you this Lockean wisdom. Your identity is not fixed but evolving, shaped by every experience, every choice, every moment of consciousness. Your knowledge, while real, is partial, built from the limited perspective of your particular experience, always open to expansion and correction. Your freedom is real but not unlimited, existing within a framework of natural law and social contract, respected by others to the degree you respect theirs. Tomorrow, you will wake as yourself, consciousness restored, memories intact, ready to receive new experiences that will continue to write upon the slate of your mind. You will face choices about what kind of person you want to become, what values you want to embrace, how you will use your freedom. You will participate in communities that shape you even as you shape them. You will contribute to the ongoing construction of a world in which rights are respected, reason is valued, and humans can flourish. All of this is part of the architecture of the self that Locke helped us understand. Not a finished building, but an ongoing construction. Not a static essence, but a dynamic process. Not a predetermined fate, but an open future. In the blank slate, Locke saw not emptiness, but potential. In experience, he saw not limitation, but opportunity. In consciousness, he saw not a substantial thing, but an active awareness, building itself through engagement with the world. In political order, he saw not oppression, but the possibility of genuine freedom secured through mutual agreement. These insights transformed the world. They made possible new forms of government, new understandings of education, new approaches to knowledge. They challenged inherited privilege and defended individual rights. They promoted tolerance and limited power. They elevated reason without dismissing faith. They honored both individual and community. The questions Locke asked remain. Our questions. How do we know what we know? What makes us who we are? What legitimizes authority? How much freedom should we have? What do we owe to others? How should children be raised? When is resistance to government justified? We may answer these questions differently than Locke did, informed by 3 more centuries of experience, enlightened about our own era's blind spots in ways Locke could not be about his. But we answer them within a framework of inquiry he helped establish, using methods he pioneered, honoring principles he articulated. The architecture of the self that Locke described is your architecture. The blank slate he hypothesized is, in some measure, your slate, written upon daily by sensation and reflection. The consciousness he analyzed is your consciousness, experiencing these very thoughts at this very moment, creating continuity across time through the binding power of memory. The natural rights he defended are your rights, inherent to your humanity, not granted by government but protected by it. The social contract he envisioned is the implicit agreement under which you live with others, mutual recognition of freedom within law. As consciousness fades, as sleep claims you gently, the self pauses but does not disappear. Tomorrow it will resume, refreshed, ready to receive new impressions, to build new ideas, to make new choices. The ongoing construction continues. The narrative unfolds. The blank slate receives new writing. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and rest, experience and reflection, freedom and order, you live out the philosophical insights John Locke articulated 3 centuries ago. The architecture he described is the architecture of your own being. The questions he asked are the questions of your own existence. The principles he defended are the principles that make your flourishing possible. Rest now in the knowledge that you are free to become, free to choose, free to grow. That your identity is real, but not rigid, continuous but not static, yours but not isolated. That your consciousness will return tomorrow, carrying forward, creating the thread that binds your life into a meaningful whole. The blank slate awaits new experiences. The self awaits new developments. The story continues, as it has from your first moment of awareness to this present instant, as it will tomorrow and beyond. Each experience adding to the accumulation, each choice shaping the person you are becoming, each moment of consciousness participating in the profound mystery of what it means to be human. And with that gentle assurance, with that recognition of your ongoing construction, with that appreciation for the freedom and responsibility of self-creation, let sleep come. Let consciousness rest. Let the architecture of the self stand for the night, solid enough to endure, flexible enough to grow, ready to receive tomorrow's experiences and to build from them something new. Like and subscribe for more journeys through the gentle chambers of philosophical thought, where the great minds of history share their wisdom to guide us toward rest and understanding. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, sleep well, knowing you are part of a grand tradition of human reflection on the deepest questions of existence, knowing your freedom is real, your potential is vast, and your story is still being written, one experience at a time, on the blank slate of an ever-developing mind. Before we part, let us linger a moment longer with some of Locke's most intimate insights about the human experience. Those observations about memory, association, habit, and will that reveal not just a philosopher, but a careful student of his own consciousness. Locke noticed something remarkable about how the mind forms connections. Ideas that occur together in experience tend to become associated in thought. If you are frightened by a dog as a child, the idea of dog becomes linked with the idea of danger. Years later, even though you know rationally that most dogs are harmless, the association persists. Your heart races when a dog approaches, not because you choose this reaction, but because experience has written this connection into your mind. This association of ideas, as Locke called it, operates beneath conscious awareness, shaping our responses, our preferences, our very personalities. A song heard during a happy moment becomes linked with happiness, so hearing it years later brings back that feeling. A place associated with grief carries sadness in its very appearance. The smell of bread baking might carry you back to childhood, to your grandmother's kitchen, to a sense of safety and warmth you had forgotten you possessed. These associations are powerful, and Locke warned they could be both beneficial and harmful. Good associations, formed through positive experiences, create healthy habits and pleasant emotions. But negative associations, especially those formed in childhood when the slate is freshest and impressions sink deepest, can haunt us for life. He told a story to illustrate this. A child, frightened by a foolish servant who connected darkness with tales of goblins and spirits, might develop a lifelong fear of the dark. Not because darkness is truly dangerous, but because the association between darkness and terror was formed so early and so strongly that it cannot be easily erased. The grown adult, knowing intellectually that no goblins lurk in shadows, still feels the childish dread, the racing heart, the irrational fear, because experience wrote this connection when the mind was most receptive. This insight about association had profound implications for education and child rearing. Parents and teachers must be careful about what associations they allow to form. Never frighten a child unnecessarily. Never associate learning with punishment, lest the child come to fear knowledge itself. Never link religion with harshness, lest faith become associated with cruelty rather than love. Instead, create positive associations. Let learning be pleasurable. Let virtue be rewarded. Let the child associate good behavior with parental approval, moral action with happiness, knowledge with power and freedom. These early associations, Locke emphasized, shape character more than any explicit instruction. Tell a child 1,000 times that learning is valuable, but if every encounter with books brings punishment for fidgeting or boredom from poor teaching, the child will associate books with unpleasantness. The association speaks louder than the lecture. This is why habit is so important in Locke's moral psychology. Habits are repeated associations, patterns written so deeply into the mind through repeated experience that they become nearly automatic. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against temptation through willpower alone. Rather, virtue becomes habitual, a pattern of association where right action feels natural, comfortable, even pleasurable. How do we form good habits? Through repeated practice, starting young. A child who learns to control impulses, to delay gratification, to consider others' feelings through countless small experiences, gradually develops self-discipline as a habit. An adult who repeatedly chooses honesty, even when lying would be easier, gradually finds that honesty becomes second nature, the automatic response, the expected behavior. But Locke also recognized that bad habits, once formed, are difficult to break. This is why early education is so crucial. It is far easier to form good habits from the beginning than to replace bad habits later. The associations written on a fresh slate sink deep. Those written over existing associations must compete with what was written before. Yet Locke was not a complete determinist about habit. He believed in the power of reason and will to reshape even deeply ingrained patterns. An adult who recognizes a harmful association can, through conscious effort and repeated contrary experiences, weaken the old connection and form new ones. It is difficult, but possible. The mind that was shaped by experience can be reshaped by new experience, guided by rational reflection. This brings us to Locke's thoughts about freedom and the will, a topic he wrestled with at length and revised multiple times in successive editions of his essay. The question, are we free? And if so, what does freedom mean? Locke argued that the question itself is often poorly formed. People ask, is the will free? But this, Locke suggested, is like asking whether sleep is swift or virtue square. It applies a property to a thing that cannot have that property. Will is not the kind of thing that can be free or unfree. The will is simply the power to choose, to direct action toward or away from something based on desire or aversion. The real question is, are persons free? And here, Locke's answer was nuanced. A person is free when they can do what they will to do, when their actions follow from their choices without external compulsion or internal incapacity. If you want to raise your arm, and you can raise your arm, you are free in that respect. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because someone holds it down, you are not free. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because of paralysis, you are not free. But what about the will itself? Are we free to will what we will? Can we choose our choices? Here, Locke's answer becomes more complex. We do not, he argued directly, choose what we desire. Desires arise from our nature, our experiences, our associations, our current state. You do not decide to be hungry. Hunger arises. You do not choose to desire happiness. You simply do desire it by your nature as a conscious being. What we can choose is which desires to act upon. The will is the power to direct action based on desire. And crucially, we have the ability to suspend action, to pause before acting on a desire, to deliberate, to consider whether satisfying this desire will truly lead to happiness, or whether it might lead to greater pain. This power of suspension, this ability to step back and reflect before acting, is the essence of human freedom for Locke. Animals act on immediate desire. They see food, they are hungry, they eat. But humans can pause. They can ask, is this food good for me? Will eating it now prevent me from enjoying something better later? Does satisfying this appetite align with my long-term goals? This capacity for reflection and deliberation distinguishes human freedom from mere animal behavior. We are not simply driven by desires, but can evaluate desires, can choose which to pursue and which to resist based on rational judgment about what will truly promote our happiness. But Locke recognized a problem. Often we pursue things that do not actually make us happy. We know intellectually that certain pleasures lead to pain, yet we pursue them anyway. Why? Locke's answer involved a careful analysis of how we perceive good and evil, pleasure and pain, present and future. Present goods appear large, vivid, pressing. Future goods appear small, distant, uncertain. A pleasure available now exerts more motivational force than a greater pleasure available tomorrow. This is not because we choose to value the present more. It is how desire naturally operates, shaped by the immediacy of sensation versus the abstraction of imagination. To act rationally, we must correct for this bias. We must make future goods more vivid in imagination, must consider carefully the long-term consequences of present actions, must develop habits that resist immediate gratification in favor of lasting happiness. This requires education, practice, the formation of character through repeated choices that prioritize true good over apparent good. And this is where moral education becomes crucial for Locke. The goal is not to suppress desire, but to train desire, to develop associations between right action and pleasure, between virtue and happiness, so that doing the right thing becomes not a painful sacrifice, but a genuine satisfaction. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against their nature, but someone whose nature, shaped by experience and habit, inclines naturally toward good. They have formed associations where honesty brings pride, where generosity brings joy, where self-control brings dignity. Virtue is not contrary to happiness, but constitutive of it. As you rest here, consider how these insights apply to your own life. What associations has your experience formed? What habits shape your automatic responses? What desires drive your choices? And crucially, what power do you have to reflect on these patterns, to evaluate whether they truly serve your long-term flourishing, to reshape them through new experiences and conscious effort? Locke's vision is neither completely deterministic, nor completely voluntaristic. You are shaped by experience, yes, but you are also a rational agent capable of reflecting on experience, capable of choosing which desires to act upon, capable of forming new habits through deliberate practice. The blank slate has been written upon, but the writing is not indelible. New experiences can overlay old associations. Reflection can guide choice. Will can direct action. This is a liberating and challenging vision. Liberating because it suggests you are not trapped by your past or your nature, that change is possible, that you can become better than you are. Challenging because it places responsibility on you, because it suggests that your character, your happiness, your very self, are in significant measure the result of your choices about which desires to pursue, which habits to form, which associations to cultivate. And this personal level of analysis connects back to Locke's political philosophy. Just as individuals must balance freedom with responsibility, desire with reason, present satisfaction with long-term flourishing, so must societies balance individual liberty with social order, personal rights with common good, the freedom to pursue happiness with the constraints necessary for everyone to have that same freedom. The social contract is, in a sense, a collective suspension of immediate desire in favor of long-term good. We agree to limit our natural freedom to do whatever we can get away with, accepting legal constraints and social obligations, because reflection reveals that everyone is better off under such an arrangement than in the insecurity of the state, of nature. But this contract, like individual virtue, must be voluntary to be genuine. Coerced obedience is not true consent, just as forced virtue is not true morality. The legitimacy of government rests on the ongoing consent of the governed, on their continued judgment that this political arrangement serves their genuine interests better than available alternatives. And just as individuals must periodically reflect on their habits and associations, asking whether these truly serve their flourishing, so must citizens periodically reflect on their government, asking whether it truly serves its proper purpose of protecting rights and promoting the common good. When it does not, when government becomes destructive of the ends for which it was established, Locke's theory justifies not just complaint, but resistance, even revolution. This right of revolution has been controversial since Locke first articulated it. Critics worry it invites anarchy, that it gives every discontented faction a justification for violence. But Locke was not counselling revolution lightly or for trivial causes. He specified that revolution is justified only when there is a long train of abuses, a systematic pattern of rights violations, a clear demonstration that government has abandoned its proper purpose. And he noted that people are naturally conservative, reluctant to overturn established order. Revolution happens not because philosophers write books justifying it, but because governments provoke it through persistent tyranny. The real danger is not that people will rebel too readily, but that they will endure oppression too long, that their habits of obedience and their fear of change will keep them submissive, even when justice demands resistance. This tension between order and liberty, between stability and change, between tradition and reform, runs through all political life. Locke did not resolve it definitively, but he provided principles for navigating it. Respect for natural rights, consent of the governed, rule of law, separation of powers, tolerance of diversity, willingness to reform unjust institutions. These principles have been tested across centuries and found both powerful and imperfect. Powerful because they have inspired movements for freedom, enabled peaceful transfers of power, protected individuals from tyranny, created space for human flourishing. Imperfect because they have been applied selectively, invoked to justify as well as to oppose oppression, interpreted in contradictory ways. The work of building just societies, like the work of forming virtuous character, is never complete. New challenges arise, old solutions prove inadequate, principles must be reinterpreted. For changed circumstances, the blank slate of each new generation must be written upon with the accumulated wisdom of the past, while remaining open to the new insights of the present. Locke himself, despite his profound contributions, had blind spots we now see clearly. His acceptance of slavery, his limited toleration, his assumptions about property and gender, all reflect the prejudices of his time. Later generations have had to extend his principles beyond where he took them, to include those he excluded, to recognize rights he did not acknowledge, to build the more complete and consistent liberalism his own logic implied, but his own practice failed to achieve. This is not a failure of Locke's philosophy, but rather evidence of its power. The principles are strong enough to be turned against their author's own inconsistencies. The logic of natural rights, once unleashed, pushes toward ever greater inclusivity. The commitment to reason and experience demands ongoing refinement of theory in light of observation. The emphasis on consent requires listening to voices previously silenced. In this way, Locke's philosophy is alive, growing, developing, not a dead monument, but a living tradition. Each generation writes its own experiences on the collective slate, forming new associations, developing new habits, creating new institutions, always building on what came before, while also revising, correcting, expanding. And you, lying here, on the threshold of sleep, are part of this ongoing story. The experiences you have, the choices you make, the character you form, the society you help create, all of these contribute to the great human project of building a world where freedom and order, rights and responsibilities, individual flourishing and common good can coexist and reinforce each other. This is Locke's legacy, not a finished system but a method, not dogma but questions, not certainty but the humble confidence that reason and experience, carefully applied, can guide us toward truth and justice, even if we never reach perfect understanding or perfect society. As consciousness dims and sleep approaches, let these thoughts settle gently. You are a self in process, shaped by experience yet capable of reshaping yourself. You are free within limits, able to choose yet influenced by associations and habits. You are an individual with rights, yet also a member of communities with obligations. You are rational yet also passionate, capable of wisdom yet prone to error, finite yet oriented toward transcendent goods. This is the human condition, as Locke understood it, neither angel nor beast, but something between. A rational animal, a political creature, a self-creating consciousness, an embodied soul, a bearer of rights and responsibilities, a blank slate being written upon by experience, even as you use reason, to guide which experiences you seek and how you interpret them. In sleep, this active process pauses, consciousness retreats, explicit self-awareness fades, the will relaxes its direction of attention. But the underlying continuity persists. The memories remain, ready to be accessed when consciousness returns. The habits endure, ready to shape tomorrow's choices. The associations sleep in the depths of mind, ready to influence perception and emotion when you wake. And in dreams, perhaps, the mind continues its work of association and reflection in different mode, freed from the constraints of waking logic, combining memories in novel ways, processing experiences, consolidating learning, perhaps even solving problems that baffled conscious deliberation. Locke himself was fascinated by sleep and dreams, seeing in them evidence for his theories about consciousness and identity. In dreamless sleep, consciousness is truly absent, yet we regard the sleeping person as the same individual who went to sleep. Why? Because we expect consciousness to return, because we anticipate that waking memory will bridge the gap, because personal identity consists in the continuity of consciousness across time, not in unbroken moment-to-moment awareness. And in dreams, consciousness is present but altered. We experience sensations, emotions, thoughts, often vivid and compelling. Yet these experiences are not caused by external objects, but by the mind's own activity, recombining memories, activating associations, playing out fears and wishes in symbolic form. Dreams demonstrate the mind's active power, its ability to construct experience from internal materials, even without sensory input from the external world. Some of Locke's successors would push this observation further. If the mind can construct such vivid experiences in dreams from purely internal sources, how do we know waking experience is any different? Perhaps all experience is constructed by the mind, and we never encounter external reality directly. This idealist conclusion, drawn by Berkeley and others, was not what Locke intended, but it shows how his careful observations could lead to unexpected places. For Locke himself, the distinction between waking and dreaming was clear enough in practice. Waking experience has coherence, consistency, regularity that dreams lack. The waking world obeys natural laws, responds to our actions in predictable ways, is shared by multiple observers who report similar perceptions. Dreams are fragmentary, illogical, private, unshared. This practical difference, even if we cannot prove metaphysically that waking experience corresponds to external reality, is sufficient to ground knowledge and guide action. This pragmatic approach, this willingness to acknowledge limits of certainty while still affirming the possibility of knowledge sufficient for human purposes, is characteristic of Locke's entire philosophy. We cannot prove we are not dreaming, cannot demonstrate with absolute certainty that matter exists, cannot be infallible in our judgments, but we can observe carefully, reason honestly, test our beliefs against experience, and build up a body of knowledge reliable enough to navigate the world and live well. This is intellectual modesty combined with practical confidence. We admit our limitations while still trusting our capacities. We acknowledge uncertainty while still making judgments. We remain open to correction while still committing to beliefs. This balance, this refusal of both dogmatic certainty and corrosive skepticism, is perhaps Locke's most valuable methodological contribution, and it applies not just to theoretical knowledge but to practical wisdom, to the art of living. We cannot know with certainty the best way to live, the perfect character to cultivate, the ideal society to build, but we can observe what tends to promote happiness and what tends to produce misery. We can experiment with different approaches, note the results, adjust our behavior accordingly. We can learn from the experience of others, from history, from diverse cultures and ways of life, extracting principles while remaining alert to context and variation. This experimental approach to ethics and politics, this willingness to treat human institutions not as sacred unchangeable structures, but as provisional arrangements subject to evaluation and reform, was radical in Locke's time and remains challenging today. It asks us to hold our convictions with what one modern philosopher called appropriate tentativeness, to be confident enough to act while remaining humble enough to learn. As the final veils of consciousness draw across awareness, as thought becomes dreamlike and dreamlike thought fades toward the darkness of deep sleep, carry with you this Lockean equanimity. You need not have all answers. You need not possess perfect certainty. You need not be finished becoming who you will be. It is enough to observe carefully, reflect honestly, choose consciously, and remain open to tomorrow's lessons. The self you are is not the self you will always be. The knowledge you possess is not all the knowledge available. The society you inhabit is not the only society possible. All is process, development, potential, possibility. The blank slate receives new writing daily. The architecture of the self rises higher, more complex, more beautiful, with each experience thoughtfully integrated, each choice consciously made, each habit deliberately cultivated. And in this process, you participate in something larger than yourself, the great human project of understanding and improvement that has continued across millennia and will continue long after you. Locke is one voice in this conversation, an important voice, a clarifying voice, but one among many. Others came before, building the foundations on which he stood. Others came after, developing his insights and correcting his errors. And still others will come, writing new chapters in the ongoing story of human self-understanding and self-creation. Your contribution to this story may seem small, private, insignificant. You are one person among billions, one consciousness among multitudes, one slate among countless others being written upon by experience. But Locke's philosophy suggests that each person matters, each consciousness is valuable, each bearer of natural rights has inherent dignity regardless of station or circumstance. In the leveling egalitarianism of the blank slate, in the universal accessibility of reason and experience, in the shared possession of natural rights, Locke found grounds for human equality that did not depend on pretending we are all the same or all equally developed. We are different in countless ways, shaped by different experiences, forming different associations, developing different characters. But we all began as blank slates. We all build knowledge from experience. We all possess the capacity for reason and reflection. We all have rights inherent to our humanity. We are all ends in ourselves, not merely means to others' purposes. This recognition of equal dignity combined with acknowledgement of actual differences remains politically and personally challenging. How do we honor both? How do we protect equal rights while also recognizing that people have different needs, different capacities, different contributions? How do we balance individual liberty with social responsibility? How do we preserve diversity while also maintaining shared commitments? Locke's answers to these questions were incomplete, as he acknowledged. He offered principles and methods rather than detailed blueprints. He trusted that rational people, observing carefully and reasoning honestly, would develop appropriate arrangements for their particular circumstances. What works in one context may not work in another. What serves one generation may need revision for the next. This trust in human reason and human learning, this confidence that we can improve our condition through thought and experiment, this refusal of fatalism and fixed hierarchies, all of this flows from the blank slate empiricism that Locke articulated. If we are shaped by experience, then we can be reshaped by new experience. If knowledge comes from observation, then new observations can yield new knowledge. If governments rest on consent, then they can be reformed when they lose that consent. This is the radical hope at the heart of Locke's philosophy, the conviction that human life can be better, that reason and freedom are real possibilities, that the future is not determined by the past, that each blank slate can be written upon with better experiences leading to better characters, creating better societies. As you finally release consciousness, as sleep claims you fully, let this hope be your last waking thought. Tomorrow brings new experiences, new choices, new opportunities. The slate that is you will receive new writing. The self that is you will continue its construction. The story that is your life will unfold new chapters. And in all of this, you carry forward the great human capacity for rational freedom that Locke so carefully described and so passionately defended. Rest now in this knowledge. Rest in the certainty that you matter, that your experiences are real, that your choices have meaning, that your self is genuine even as it develops. Rest in the freedom to become, the responsibility to choose, the possibility of growth. Rest in the community of rational beings, past and present and future, all engaged in the great work of understanding and improving the human condition. The consciousness that says, I will return tomorrow. Memory will bind the moments into continuity. The self will resume its ongoing construction. But for now, let go. Let sleep do its restorative work. Let dreams play their mysterious role. Let the mind rest from its labors of perception and reflection. And know that when you wake, you will be yourself, changed by sleep, yet continuous with what went before. A blank slate that has been written upon, but never completely filled. A story that continues. A self that evolves. A consciousness that returns from its nightly sojourn, ready to receive new experiences, and to continue the great work of being human. Thank you for joining this exploration of John Locke's philosophy, this journey through the architecture of the self, this meditation on consciousness and freedom, knowledge and rights, experience and identity. If you found peace in these reflections, please consider subscribing to support this channel, helping these gentle philosophical explorations reach others seeking wisdom in the quiet hours. And let me know in the comments where in the world you are resting tonight, adding your voice to this global community of nighttime philosophers. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, until thought returns and reflection resumes, until tomorrow's blank slate awaits tomorrow's experiences, sleep well, knowing you are free, you are valuable, you are becoming, always becoming, moment by moment, experience by experience, choice by choice, in the ongoing adventure of creating yourself and contributing to the great human project of building a world where all can flourish in freedom, dignity, and mutual respect. Good night, fellow travelers. Good night, conscious beings. Good night, bearers of natural rights and rational capacities. Good night, blank slates being written upon by the infinite variety of human experience. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your waking be a joyful return to the precious gift of consciousness that makes you uniquely and wonderfully you. Good night.
The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word, that the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours, To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means. And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking, is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars. Scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches, hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question. How can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged. Fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, "All is well," when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers, where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they are only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots in secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates. Slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind Doc-Cord life, pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia, a book that never ended, a place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers, a man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as, if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair, he prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain, streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines. It is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates, without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts, a view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience, a view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully, argue cleanly, repair what pride has broken, plan for the long future, hope without lying, think without sneer, love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question, why this and not something else? It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soul each holds a reason. even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world. The world we inhabit to most ears. That sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 + 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed. Yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have 4 sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in us, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow, but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary, each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, "Everything is linked." For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said we cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil. He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain. It is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adugia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse but as necessity. He said even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real, and nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into three parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all three are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds, churches falling on worshippers, children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this. Faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave. Enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, "There is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach." He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expansive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence. It is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed. Not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness. Both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady, shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, "We must never allow this neglect again." The other says, "Do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both. The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust, lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech. Answer by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. A world where wit and wisdom serve the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadow shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, the soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward, he found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted. even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. As perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, if we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it. That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same, to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, the universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone. It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear but are meant to join. Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds 6-fold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. Unity without dullness. Variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count, but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks, finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. He found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand. A well can reach water. A fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed, and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio, both turn repetition into meaning, both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes that were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by two methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision too. Kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them, use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that craft. Modern science changed. The tone of order. Determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. Then wisdom has work worth doing. Then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk. We design redundancies. We seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learned to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says, Truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. They still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure, the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Fact. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents without lesson. Loss without growth. We must be honest about this remainder. No theory can harvest meaning from every corner. Here humility is the proper tone. We grieve without lecture. We sit with the broken and say little. We let our hands speak what logic cannot. A best world, if real, gives space for silence and for care. Many today practice hidden goodness. Nurses in long corridors, teachers in tired rooms, programmers writing code that prevents harm, parents holding the line for a child's dignity. These are harmonies in plain clothes. They do not erase evil. They limit it. They do not complete. Just as they prepare its way, a fair reading of our time finds both failure and fruit. We have become efficient at harm. We have also become better at rescue. We discovered vaccines in record time. We built networks of aid after storms. We learned to name trauma and treat it. We wrote new laws when old habits broke lives. It is not enough. It is not nothing. Leibniz would call this the work of the middle. We live between promise and completion. We carry pieces of the whole without seeing it. We serve goods whose full harvest we may never witness. That service is not wasted. It becomes part of the calculation that only love can finish. The storm still speaks. It says power corrupts. It says suffering spreads. It says meaning is fragile. The mirror answers with a quieter voice. It says order persists. It says goodness gathers. It says freedom can learn. The future will judge us by how we balance these truths. We must not excuse evil by citing plans. We must not deny plans because evil shouts. We must build with the patience of gardeners and the caution of engineers. We must teach children that hope is a practice. It is a way of working, not a mood. If this is the best possible world, it is not because it is safe. It is because it can be saved again and again by people who choose to join the order written under things. Best does not mean painless. It means fruitful. It means capable of growing truth and love even after winter. So the mirror and the storm continue their dialogue. We will live inside it. We will argue and reconcile. We will fail and repair. We will keep asking whether reason can hold when grief arrives. And we will keep finding that, though reason bows before tears, it reases with them and goes back to work. This is how optimism survives the modern test. It learns from critics. It listens to victims. It adjusts its claims to honor what history taught. It does not give up the belief that reality is worth understanding and worth serving. It becomes courage with a plan. When we grow tired, remember the small proofs: a bridge that stands, a medicine that heals, a law that shields a stranger, a song that steadies a room. These are evidence that meaning still breathes through matter. They are the daily harmonies of a world that can be redeemed. Let that be the measure of best for our time. A world where repair is real, where truth can win in the end, and where love outlasts fear often enough to keep the story moving toward light. The world wakes before we do. Light pushes across stone and leaf. Birds risk song before they know the weather. Somewhere a nurse ties her shoes. Somewhere a factory siren starts the day. Somewhere a child asks a hard question: is life worth this effort? The answer will not arrive as thunder. It will arrive as breath, as the sound of someone getting up again, as the quiet of a mind that chooses to trust. This trust is not naive. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend evil is useful or kind. It says only this: meaning is deeper than harm. Order is stronger than accident. Freedom can learn. Love can rebuild. The claim that this is the best of all possible worlds is a heavy one. It is not a boast. It is a promise about the structure of things. It says the laws of being and the gift of freedom together make a world fit for the highest goods. not the softest goods, the highest ones: wisdom, courage, justice, mercy, joy that survives whether a world built for such goods cannot be simple. It must be alive with risk. It must allow failure without surrender. It must give time enough for repair. It must teach souls to become partners in their own redemption. Look at the shape of growth. A seed becomes food by dying into soil. A heart becomes strong by bearing weight. A mind becomes clear by letting go of flatteries. We grow by passing through trouble, not by stepping around it. The path does not excuse the pain. It turns pain into passage. If this world is best, it will show its quality in recovery. Not in how little we suffer, but in how much goodness can rise after we suffer. Not in how seldom we fall, but in how many can stand again with help. Not in a lack of storms, but in towns that learn to shelter each other when storms return. There is a phrase worth repeating. Nothing is wasted. Our failures become warnings. Our losses become guardians of what remains. Our grief teaches their hands their duty. Even our ignorance, once seen, becomes need that knowledge can serve. Providence is not a billboard. It is a long arithmetic that refuses to stop at a deficit. If meaning runs beneath events, we have work to do. We must design laws that help truth keep its footing. We must build institutions that make cruelty expansive and care efficient. We must make room for conscience to act without fear. We must teach children how to reason and how to forgive. We must protect time for prayer or reflection, because silence is where the mind learns its scale. A best world is not automatic. It includes us. It expects our help. We are part of the calculation. We are the agents by which many goods arrive. When we refuse that role, pieces go missing. When we accept it, the design strengthens in places no ruler can see. Notice the small proofs that hope is not fantasy. A vaccine made in months rather than decades. A stranger pulling another stranger from dark water. A judge who listens longer than the room expected. A city that plants trees where heat once punished the poor. These are not miracles against law. They are miracles by law. They show a world willing to be healed by patient minds and willing hands. Some despair will say, this is only human effort. Yes, and the claim is that human effort belongs to the plan. Law and freedom are not enemies. They are the two rails on which history can move. The rail of law keeps the track true. The rail of freedom gives the train a destination worth reaching. Let us speak about justice. A best world cannot mean a world where the guilty escape and the innocent are forgotten. It must mean a world in which justice is possible and ultimate. Some justice is human. We must pursue it with courage and care. Some justice is beyond us. We must trust it will arrive without our permission. Either way, justice is not a rumor. It is the core of meaning wearing the clothes of time. Now speak about mercy. Mercy is not a loophole in justice. It is justice. Seeing further, it is repair chosen over revenge. It is space made for return. No structure is best if it cannot forgive. No person is best if they cannot be forgiven. A world sized for mercy must allow failure and return. Tears and change, limits and love. Hope becomes strong when it is trained. Training means habits. Tell the truth. Keep a promise. Protect the small. Pay what you owe. Return what is not yours. Say sorry and mean it. Learn and teach. These are not slogans. They are the daily joints of a good life. They are the simple ratios by which a person fits the world. If enough people hold these habits, the world changes. Not by spectacle, by compounding. Trust compounds. Kindness compounds. Knowledge compounds. Justice, once begun, accumulates defenders. Mercy, once practiced, multiplies its own courage. The sums take time. The result outlives us. This is the arithmetic of a best world. The fear remains. What about the evil that looks pointless? The grief that taught nothing? The accident that left only silence? Here we must be honest. There is a remainder our language cannot gather. We do not explain these things. We witness them. We hold one another through them. We refuse to turn them into lessons while wounds are open. We let our silence be faithful. We let our service be speech. Then, later, we remember what our hands learned. We build guardrails where there were none. We change a rule, a road, a ritual. We honor the dead by protecting the living. The best world does not hide from the remainder. It carries it with honor and lets it change our designs. The claim that meaning is deeper than harm asks something from us. It asks us to refuse cynicism. Cynicism looks like wisdom because it never risks hope. It says no before it listens. It calls love naive and courage performative. Leave cynicism to the tired. Choose realism alive with duty. Count costs. Face facts. Then do the next good thing. Let us talk about the soul. If each person is a mirror of the whole, then every dignity matters. Care for one becomes care for many. When you give attention to a single mind, you honor the order that made minds possible. When you protect a single child, you protect the future fact of justice. When you forgive one enemy, you write a new sentence in the story of the world. This is how greatness works here. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives as a quiet refusal to let meaning die in your small circle. It arrives as the choice to be a reliable link in the chain. It arrives as ordinary faithfulness over years. A best world is built by that kind of stature. It is measured by that kind of patience. Some will still ask, why this way? Why not a world without death? Why not a world without hunger or blame? Because certain goods require real edges. Gratitude needs loss to feel its depth. Courage needs danger to be honest. Compassion needs wounds to be more than a word. Freedom needs consequence to be real. Without these edges, we would live in a gallery, not a garden. Nice to look at, unable to grow. Others will ask, why trust any of this? Because the alternatives collapse. If the world is nonsense, reason has no home. If the world is only power, love is a costume. If the world is only accident, duty is a trick. Yet we live as if reason, love, and duty are real. We build laws and hospitals and promises as if they mean what they say. We cannot live the denial consistently. Our lives betray our deepest beliefs. Let our words match our works. This trust does not belong to one religion or one city. It belongs to anyone who treats truth as a home. It welcomes prayer and welcomes study. It lets doubt ask its questions and invites it to work. It lets joy rest without guilt. It lets grief speak without shame. It makes room at the table for the weary and the brave. Walk through a day with this posture. Begin with quiet. Thank the giver of order, whatever name you use. Set one clean intention. Do one difficult kindness early. Ask for correction. Offer it gently. Finish a task completely. Leave a tool ready for the next hand. In the evening, count the mercies without neglecting the wounds. Sleep as a steward, not an owner. Repeat now, lift your eyes and widen the scale. Cities can live this way. They can measure what matters and invite truth to shape budgets. They can count the unseen labor that keeps homes alive. They can plan for floods and heat with love for those at the margins. They can make rules simple and serve the spirit, not the lobby. They can be honest about failure and quick to repair. Nations can live this way. They can hold power slowly. They can bind leadership with law on example. They can choose honor over spectacle. They can protect dissent and demand decency. They can aim their strength at mercy rather than display. They can tell the truth about the past and make amends. A planet can live this way. It can treat atmosphere as covenant. It can treat oceans as inheritance. It can treat species as neighbors. It can build a future worth giving to children whose names we do not yet know. This is not utopia. This is work. Work is how a best world shows itself. What of death? It will take all of us. Even so, it need not take our meaning. If the soul endures, it carries what it learnt further on. If the soul ends, its gifts remain in those it shaped. Either way, love outlasts the body. Either way, goodness continues its calculation. Either way, we are not wasted. Stand for a moment. At the window, watch a late bus stop. Watch someone run to make it. They catch the door. A stranger steadies their step. A small cheer rises inside you, though no one hears it. That is hope, remembering its reasons. That is meaning proving it still knows the route. The phrase best of all possible worlds is easy to mock. Leave the slogan to the careless. Keep the substance. The substance is a way of seeing and a way of living. It is the decision to treat. Reality is intelligible and worthy of fidelity. It is the courage to answer evil with repair. It is the discipline to prefer justice to victory. It is the mercy to forgive without lying. It is the patience to plant trees whose shade will bless people you will never meet. There is a promise humming under all of this. We are not alone. We belong to an order that cannot be broken, only resisted. We can join it in thought and in action. When we do, we feel the world receive our effort. Sometimes with quick fruit, often with slow change. Always with the quiet rightness of a key turning true. The final word is not argument, it is invitation. Build something that lasts. Reconcile where you can. Protect someone who will never know your name. Learn until your pride melts into gratitude. Love until your fear learns to rest. Trust that the goodness under things is not fragile. Trust that your smallest faithful act is part of a vast design. Trust that, beyond our sight, the story closes in joy. If the world is truly best, it is because goodness wanted partners. It is because freedom deserved a worthy stage. It is because love asked for a world that could answer back. Here we are. Answer well. Trust begins small. It begins with a kept promise. It begins with a door held open and a bill paid on time. It begins with honest numbers in a quiet ledger. From there, it grows. It builds the shape of a life that other people can lean on. It turns strangers into neighbors and neighbors into friends. This is how meaning becomes daily. This is how a best world shows its face. The idea sounds large. It must be lived small. The mind that designed galaxies also designed mornings. So begin there. Rise with one clean intention. Decide one task worth doing for the sake of someone. Else, give it your full attention. Finish it without show. When the day closes, test your heart for peace. Then begin again. Repair is the heart of the work. We are not asked to erase history. We are asked to mend. Mending is humble. It respects the shape of what was. It listens for how parts want to meet. It does not force. It persuades. It uses patience. Where power would only tear, repair starts with truth. Tell the truth about the wound. Name what broke and who broke it. Facts come first. Without them, peace is only a pause. Truth is not cruelty. It is care shaped like a sentence. It says, "Here is what happened. Now let us see what justice asks." Justice is not a slogan. It is a craft. Punishment alone cannot raise a community. Revenge cannot build a bridge. Justice seeks safety, repair, and return. It asks how to stop harm, how to heal victims, and how to shape change in those who caused it. It weighs the whole. It sets a course that allows tomorrow to be kinder than. Today, mercy walks beside justice. Mercy is not weakness, it is vision. It looks beyond the moment and sees what a soul can still become. It leaves a door unlocked when wisdom permits. It gives a chance that pride would not give. It is not blind. It is brave. Build habits that make repair likely. Keep records that tell the truth. Design processes that invite accountability without humiliation. Teach meetings to begin with listening. Write policies that a fair mind can respect. Keep rules short enough to remember and clear enough to apply. Make exceptions rare and transparent. Let people know what will happen before it happens. Predictability is respect in practice, care for time. Calendars decide what matters. If love is always scheduled last, it will never begin. Choose margins, wide enough for thought and for rest. Use them to read, to walk, to hold a child, to write a clean line of code, to cook a meal that warms more than one person. Time given to what is good returns as strength. Guard attention. You are not a furnace for other people's noise. News can inform or consume. Know the difference. Limit the flood. Choose deep sources. Check claims. Let silence wash your inner room each day. Clarity enters only when the room is clean. Practice speech that leaves dignity intact. Say less when anger swells. Ask questions that lean toward understanding. If a debate makes you clever and cruel, step back. Reread your aim. A win that hardens. Your heart is a loss. A loss that teaches you respect is a gain. Choose the gain. Make work that lasts. Build for maintenance, not for display. Name things plainly. Write comments that teach. Design for the next pair of hands. Return tools to their place. Leave a map. Someone will bless your name when you are gone. Treat money as a moral material. Every budget tells the truth about a soul. Spend on what protects and repairs. Cut what flatters and wastes. Pay the invisible labor that makes public success possible. Reward patience and honesty more than drama and speed. You will lose applause and gain sleep. Honor the edgiers. Systems are judged by how they treat those at their margins. Design with the elderly, the child, the stranger, and the poor in mind. If a rule harms them, rewrite it. If a road isolates them, reroute it. If a form confuses them, simplify it. If a fee excludes them, remove it. That is what best requires. Practice restitution. When you break something, repair it. When you cannot repair, replace. When you cannot replace, serve. Apology without action is only sound. Action turns sorrow into promise. Learn a craft. A craft trains patience inside the fingers. It teaches you to measure twice and cut once. It teaches you to accept the limits of the material. It trains respect for reality. When the joint does not fit, the wood is not wrong. Your cut was, try again. Craft makes virtue tactile. Study something that humbles you. Mathematics will do. So, will a language you do not yet speak? So will music played slowly and true. Humility learned in one domain follows you into others. It protects you from the lie that certainty and contempt are kin. Practice gratitude as discipline. Name 3 mercies each night. Let them be small. The cup that did not spill. The bus you barely caught. The message that arrived with a kind tone. Gratitude trains the eye to notice order still at work. It does not blind you. It steadies you. Teach the young. Teach them to think, to doubt, to test, and to love. Train their eyes to see patterns and their hearts to prefer mercy. Give them stories where courage is quiet and real. Let them practice responsibility while the price of failure is small. Set examples that make virtue look like freedom, not prison. Practice forgiveness and distinguish it from permission. Forgiveness releases a debt. It does not erase a boundary. You can bless and still say no. You can love and still leave. Let your boundaries protect what you are called to guard. Keep faith with the dead. Tell their stories fairly. Honor their achievements without hiding their flaws. Let the truth be whole. Memory without honesty becomes propaganda. Honesty without memory becomes neglect. Hold both. Walk toward the suffering that is yours to meet. You cannot carry every cry. Carry the ones assigned to your reach. Bring water. Bring bread. Bring a plan. Bring a second plan. Stay until the work is handed safely to another. Practice civic hope. Vote with care. Volunteer where the city leaks dignity. Run for a small office if you can. Study the budget. Attend the meeting. Champion clear laws. Demand fair enforcement. Be patient with the pace of the possible and stubborn against cruelty. Choose clean pleasures. They leave no debt in the soul. A long walk. A page that lights the mind. A song that brings back courage. A table with friends. A well-cooked meal. These make room for conscience to breathe. Welcome correction. Invite it. Make it safe for others to tell you the truth. Reward the person who saves you from a mistake. Say thank you with more than words. Return the favor. Let your work on a scale. Some tasks fit a day, some require a decade. Know the difference. Do not demand the thrill of the urgent from the patient labor of the important. Protect long projects from the hunger of applause. Quiet custody achieves what noise cannot. Keep promises to yourself that improve your capacity to serve. Sleep enough. Move your body. Eat food that gives tomorrow strength. Leave screens before they steal your morning. You are a steward of a mind and a body on loan. Care for them as you would care for a tool trusted by many hands. Practice clean. Exits, end meetings on time. End arguments when they stop yielding light. End roles when your gifts no longer fit the need. End days with a small ritual that thanks and releases. Good endings protect good beginnings. Make room for art. Art trains attention to notice and to cherish. It keeps cynicism from sealing over. The heart. It lets grief speak without harming. It lets joy rise without gloating. It renews imagination, which is foresight in tender clothes. Let mystery stand where it must. Not every why will bow to you. There are rooms you may enter only by reverence. Stand there without hurry. Say little. Call the moment holy if the word fits your mouth. Then go back to work with a clearer mind. Keep your circle honest. Choose friends who will not sell your conscience for your comfort. Choose partners who can be trusted with your silence. Choose colleagues who prize truth over tribe. If you lead, build a room where the quiet speak first. Protect dissent that seeks the good of the whole. Give away credit. Praise in detail. Name the person who did the unseen task. This is how trust multiplies. This is how teams become more than the sum of their parts. This is leadership without theatre. Steady your spirit against despair. Despair likes to sound like realism. It is not. It is a shrinking of the map. It hides resources and partners and second chances. When it speaks, ask. For evidence, when it cannot provide it, return to the work. Be ready to start over. Plans fail. Lives break. Markets turn. Begin again with what remains. Begin again with who remains. Begin again with lessons learned. A best world is a school built for many new starts. Keep an altar of remembrance in your mind. Not to worship pain, but to honor what it taught. Let the altar hold names, dates, and debts you will not forget. Visit it when pride reases. Visit it when fear reases. Let it return you to gratitude and resolve. Prepare a legacy that can be carried by ordinary hands. Write clear notes. Make guides. Record passwords for the right people. Teach someone younger how to do what you do. Make yourself replaceable. It is a gift to those who come after and a guard against your own vanity. Live as if small faithfulness is the unit of meaning, because it is. The world is not saved by crescendos alone. It is saved by steady rhythm, by the repeated act of care, by the daily choice to add one stitch where the fabric thins. If the world is truly the best possible world, it is not because it saves us from duty. It is because it trusts us with it. It hands us tools and a pattern and says, join. The pattern is large. We will never see it whole. But our section can be clean. Our seam can hold. Let the final measure be simple. Did you tell the truth? Did you keep your word? Did you protect the small? Did you forgive and seek forgiveness? Did you build something that made goodness easier for those after you? If so, you stood with the order under things. You helped the world choose its better name. Go on then, work with hope, rest with gratitude, begin again. This is repair. This is how love becomes structure. This is how structure becomes mercy. This is how mercy becomes a world worth waking to. Night settles over familiar streets. Windows hold small islands of light. Somewhere a train passes, steady as a pulse. Someone washes a single cup and sets it to dry. Someone turns off a lamp and waits for sleep to come. In these plain moments, the question returns without ceremony. Was any of this worth the day it cost? We answer not with thunder, but with choices. We answer by the work our hands remember. We answer by the care that outlived our mood. Meaning reveals itself in the keeping of small promises. It shows itself when no audience is near. It grows in silence and greets us like a friend. Leibniz believed a perfect mind chose this world. He said the choice honored reason and honored love. He said the choice made room for freedom to matter. He trusted that nothing real is finally wasted. He trusted that justice is slow and exact. He trusted that mercy is strong enough to rebuild. We have walked through his vision with open eyes. We have seen war and famine and grief. We have seen laughter used as a blade. We have watched satire mock what it half understood. We have watched faith speak too soon and be rightly rebuked. We have tried to keep what is true in both voices. Now the film grows quiet and returns to one life. Yours, the world will not ask. You for speeches. It will ask for attention and for steadiness. It will ask for honest words and clean work. It will ask for the courage to stay kind when anger is cheap. The best world, if real, is not a luxury. It is a discipline that begins. At the edge of your reach, help where you stand. Repair what you can touch. Protect whoever is within your power to protect. Let that be your prayer in the language of action. You do not need certainty to start. You need a reason strong enough to move your feet. Begin with the person in front of you. Begin with the task that serves without applause. Begin with the truth that refuses to be convenient. Begin again tomorrow when fatigue returns. Remember what this vision asks of the mind. Ask why this and not something else. Test your stories against the world they describe. Let correction be a gift rather than a wound. Let humility be the partner of every claim. Let gratitude be the closing line of every day. Remember what this vision asks of the heart. Hold grief without rushing its lessons. Hold joy without gripping it to death. Hold enemies as people before you hold them as positions. Hold yourself to standards that do not bend for mood. Hold to hope with a grip that respects facts. Remember what this vision asks of our common life. Write laws that fit the vulnerable. First, design systems that explain themselves to the tired. Reward patience and the courage to revise. Punish cruelty with clarity and restraint. Invite dissent that seeks the good of the whole. If this world is chosen for the greatest harmony, then harmony is not a metaphor. It is the work of arranging goods without destroying others. It is the art of balancing present need with future. Right? It is the skill of saying no to what flatters. It is the wisdom of saying yes to what strengthens. You will fail in this work. Everyone does. Failure is not the end of your sentence. Return is allowed and expected. Apologize without performance. Repair without delay. There will be pain that teaches nothing you can name. There will be loss that leaves only quiet. Do not lie about it. Sit beside it until it changes shape. Let compassion be the language you speak when words fail. Let presence be the answer you give to questions without answers. There will be days when despair sounds like a friend. It will call its self-realism and ask you to put down your tools. It will point at history and say, nothing changes for long. Answer with the evidence of your own hands. Answer with the neighbor who is fed, the child who is safe. Answer with the bridge that still stands and the promise still kept. You belong to an order deeper than chaos. You are not equal to it, but you are allied with it. Each time you choose truth over ease, you join it. Each time you forgive a debt with wisdom, you join it. Each time you think clearly in the service of love, you join it. Each time you build what future strangers will trust, you join it. Perhaps this is what it means to live inside a best world. Not to float above sorrow, but to put sorrow to work for good. Not to escape risk, but to spend it well. Not to demand certainty, but to keep faith with reason and with mercy. Not to seek control, but to cultivate consent and care. Not to chase spectacle, but to finish the quiet task. Look again at the ordinary scene. A streetlight burns over an empty corner. A nurse finishes her shift and walks into grey dawn. A janitor locks a school and hums a tired hymn. A coder closes a ticket no one will notice but the next shift. A parent checks on a sleeping child and remembers to breathe. These are not background. They are the foreground of meaning. They are the hinges upon which the large doors turn. They keep decay from calling itself fate. They keep cruelty from deciding the story alone. They are the grammar of hope. Leibniz would smile at such grammar. He would see law and freedom cooperate in small rooms. He would see order write mercy into policy and habit. He would see intelligence choose restraint and design for repair. He would call it reason doing what it was made to do. He would call it love, teaching reason its aim. You will not know in this life how your efforts sum. The ledger belongs to a sight you do not have. Do not wait for that sight to begin. Act as if meaning is real because you cannot live the opposite. Act as if love matters because it already has. Act as if tomorrow needs you because it does. If faith fits your mouth, use it. If prayer steadies your hands, pray. If study steadies your mind, study. If service steadies your heart, serve. The tools differ, the work is the same. Bring order, guard, dignity. Leave beauty where you can. Learn to bless without permission. Bless the engineer who built the quiet bridge. Bless the farmer whose field feeds your city. Bless the teacher who answers the stubborn question again. Bless the clerk who knows your name when the line is long. Bless the friend who tells you the truth before you fall. Learn also to resist without hate. Resist the lie that numbers excuse. Harm. Resist the pose that cynicism is wisdom. Resist the habit of turning people into categories. Resist the speed that ruins judgment. Resist the appetite that treats others as scenery. Keep an eye for signs that the world receives your work. Watch for the meeting that ends with understanding. Watch for the process that becomes kinder and more exact. Watch for the child who trusts. The room enough to ask harder questions. Watch for the elder who rests easier because a policy changed. These are quiet proofs that the deep order remains. You will stand at graves. Bring flowers and silence and time. Let the names be spoken with care. Let the stories be told without embellishment. Let the tears fall without apology. Then walk away. Slowly and return to the work. The dead do not ask us to stop. They ask us to carry what they loved. One day you will be the one carried in story. Make it easy to tell the truth about you. Leave debts settled and kindness owed to many. Leave a journal someone can learn from. Leave a room in better order than you found it. Leave a trail of people who became more honest because you were near. If you doubt your place in any grand design, remember the scale of the small. Ants move forests one grain at a time. Rivets hold ships against oceans. Votes turn empires with paper and ink. Words mend marriages when they are simple and sincere. Hands save lives. That statistics cannot name. So choose your handful of grains. Choose your rivets and your words. Choose your vote and your craft and your promise. Choose them like a person who believes the ledger matters. Choose them like a citizen of a world that intends the good. Choose them like a student of a mind that wastes nothing. When morning comes, rise with one sentence ready. Today I will join the order under things. Let that be your vow. Keep it as best you can. Forgive yourself when you fail and begin again. Teach it to others without pride. Receive it back from them when you are tired. This is the quiet proof that Leibniz trusted. Not a theorem written on marble, but a life that answers despair with patient structure. A home put in order for guests. A budget that tells the truth and protects the poor. A law that binds the strong and frees the weak. A habit of attention that notices the person left out. If this is the best world, it is because it invites you. It invites you to think with care and to love with discipline. It invites you to build, forgive, and try again. It invites you to hold both reason and mercy in the same hands. It invites you to be the kind of person for whom the phrase best world is not a boast, but a responsibility gladly assumed. Night deepens. The windows darken one by one. You turn out your light and keep one promise more. You will begin again. Tomorrow, you will keep faith with the living and the dead. You will serve meaning without spectacle. You will honor the order that lets love endure. Sleep now. The world keeps its watch. The harmony does not stop when you rest. It waits for you to join it again. And when you do, it will meet you where you stand, with work enough for your hands and grace enough for your heart.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death. but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive, the hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing. Perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet, Hesiod, who wrote of the gods, Odysseus, that clever hero, all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most. Ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick. feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenaretti, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenaretti sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually, people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it, and then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act, but what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated, and here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, The kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe? Or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, Your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for Any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat. Tired, sleep. Afraid, run. Angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you or wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance. All of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, look at what he produced, look at Alcibiades, look at Critias, another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed, and when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of two urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Meletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Meletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Meletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Meletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Meletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So, according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Meletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Meletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." "Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me?" It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Meletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. "You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it?" By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. "I cannot stop," he said. The god has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness. And then he said something. That must have infuriated many in that courtroom. I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens, he said, how can I abandon the post the god has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death. And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more, voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final: death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonion, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners. It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows. Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of, he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation, time for final tests, time for goodbyes, and time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the lights still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly. And Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting. What's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating. Because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape, to go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile Phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this. The dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice, but unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape, or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it. The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens. And Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life, managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him, worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refuse to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, "Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us?" It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. "Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant?" Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter when your life is at stake. Is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure. But his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live. And I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him. Not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered, and what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. Not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety. Not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How? How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort, all of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers, not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe, at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death, and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He'd described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on. His breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time. Time for Socrates to wake. Time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly. "It's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes, not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito. Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day, and according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace. Because he'd slept well. He'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you, even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless sleep or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply, because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility: death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything. No pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing. Just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, it's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles. Which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges: Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly, not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am." And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment. Because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people fear, either non-existence or judgment, and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence. That's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment. That's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening. Both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important, the quality of your soul, not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point. Death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do. And what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully, because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. Your body constantly interrupting. Your mind with demands. Feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered: thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work, or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick, or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful. This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands. Learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort. Learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure. Learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, he was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain, based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand. And his observation is essentially this. Physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, this independence of soul from body, was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul, doing what it does best. thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom, without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared, To demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human. A father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with. And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty, he never claims certainty about what he doesn't know, but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. "Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain." "Go on," he tells Crito. "Do as I say." So Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait, talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him, 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine instructions on how to live, encouragement to pursue virtue, apologies perhaps for leaving them, love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love, probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this. How steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god? Or not?" The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. "But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so." And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working. Starting from the extremities and moving inward, the servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away, knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. "Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just." The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words, a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing? A cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? Just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. The peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, the questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening, and he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, but the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy, not because he wrote anything, he didn't. Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either. But because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, Only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. The harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing. His death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles, even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, the death scene, they've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination? Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles? What values? What truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for. But we're not sure. We haven't been tested. We hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes. When someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced, in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays. Because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into three parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or Skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening, because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us, it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, it's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal, just as Socrates hoped it would be. So we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about, not a philosophy you agree with intellectually, but never apply. A practice, something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind, not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously. the way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality, not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather. It's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts. Not harshly, But honestly, what did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape, because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly, because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying, for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. Not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes much of the fear that controls us. Socrates faced the actual worst case, unjust execution, and he handled it. He demonstrated that even that was survivable in a sense. His body died, but his soul, his integrity, his wisdom, his principles remained intact. Most of us will never face anything that extreme, but if we contemplate difficult scenarios ahead of time, we prepare ourselves psychologically. We remove the shock factor. We have a plan, or at least a sense that we could handle it. Sixth, and this is perhaps most important, live in a way that you wouldn't be ashamed of if you died tomorrow. This is the heart of the Socratic practice. Ask yourself regularly, if I died tonight, would I be satisfied with how I spent today? With how I treated people? With what I prioritized? With who I was? This isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest, about living authentically, according to your actual values, rather than on autopilot. Socrates could face death calmly because he'd been asking himself these questions for 70 years. He'd lived examined. He'd course-corrected when he'd gotten off track. He'd prioritized what mattered. So when death came, he was ready. His life had been what he wanted it to be. There was nothing major left undone. Most of us can't say that. Most of us are putting off important things, compromising our values for convenience, living unconsciously, planning to really live someday when circumstances are better. But someday might not come. And even if it does, the habit of postponing, of compromising, of living unconsciously, those habits get stronger with practice. They don't magically disappear when circumstances change. So start now, today, this moment. Live as if this were your last day, not frantically, not desperately, but intentionally, consciously, according to your examined values. Say the things that need saying. Do the things that matter. Let go of the grudges and petty concerns. Be present with the people you're with. Create what you want to create. Love who you want to love. Become who you want to become. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. This is what living with death in mind really means. Not being obsessed with dying, but being committed to living. Really living. Consciously, intentionally, according to examined principles. And here's the beautiful thing. If you live this way, if you really practice this, then death loses much of its power over you. Not because you stop caring about life, you care more, not less. But because you're living so fully, so consciously, that death becomes just a transition rather than a tragedy. You've done the work. You've examined your life and found it good. You've cultivated your soul. You've lived according to your principles. Whatever death brings, you're as ready as a person can be. This doesn't mean you'll never fear death. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to loss, to change. Even Socrates might have felt some fear, though he chose not to be controlled by it. But the fear becomes manageable. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't prevent you from living well. It's just an emotion, passing through, acknowledged, but not obeyed. The practice of living with death in mind, the Socratic practice, gives you this freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious living. Freedom from being controlled by trivialities. Freedom from wasting your precious, finite time on things that don't matter. And it gives you something else too. Gratitude. When you really know that today might be your last, you stop taking things for granted. The ordinary becomes precious. Another sunrise, another conversation, another moment of being alive and conscious. Socrates experienced this. You can hear it in how he talked about simple pleasures, how he appreciated good conversation, how he valued his friends. He wasn't jaded or bored with life. He was grateful for it, right up until the end. That's what the practice offers. Not depression or anxiety, but clarity and gratitude. Not a worse life, but a better one. Not more fear of death, but less and more appreciation for life. So start today. Practice a little examination. Acknowledge your mortality. Consider your values. Let go of something unimportant. Live a bit more consciously, a bit more intentionally. You don't have to be Socrates. You don't have to face execution with perfect calm. You just have to be a little more awake than you were yesterday, a little more examined, a little more alive. Do that consistently, over time, and you'll be amazed at the transformation, at how much clearer life becomes, how much more meaningful, how much more free you feel. This is the Socratic practice. This is what living with death in mind really means, and it's available to anyone who chooses to begin, even now, even you, even today. And so we return to where we began, to that image of Socrates sleeping peacefully on his final night, his friend watching over him, the dawn approaching, the end certain, yet the sleep undisturbed. What did he know that allowed him to rest so completely? What had he discovered in his 70 years of questioning, examining, seeking wisdom? Perhaps it was simply this: that the unknown is not the same as the terrible. That uncertainty is not the same as fear. That not knowing what comes after death doesn't mean what comes after death is bad. We spend so much of our lives demanding certainty. We want to know what will happen. We want guarantees. We want the future mapped out so we can feel safe. And when we can't have that certainty, especially about death, we fill the void with fear. But Socrates took a different approach. He examined the unknown. He looked at what death might be, thought through the possibilities, and found that none of them were necessarily frightening. And then he let go. He accepted that he couldn't know for certain, and he found peace in that acceptance. This is a profound lesson, one we can carry with us not just about death, but about all the uncertainties in life. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. You can't know. But does that mean tomorrow will be terrible? Or does it just mean tomorrow is unknown, which means it could be good, could be bad, could be neutral, could be surprising in ways you can't predict? When you frame it that way, when you recognize that uncertainty doesn't equal disaster, something shifts. The anxiety loosens its grip just a little. You can breathe a bit easier. This is what Socrates found in his philosophy of death. Not certainty. He never had that. But peace in uncertainty. The recognition that he'd done what he could, lived as well as he could, examined as thoroughly as he could, and whatever came next, dreamless sleep or eternal conversation with the great minds of history, he was ready. That readiness, that peace, that's what we've been exploring throughout this long night together. Think about how far we've traveled. We met young Socrates, questioning the parable of the birds, already seeing the world differently than those around him. We watched him develop his method, his mission, his commitment to the examined life. We saw him make enemies, face trial, refuse escape, drink the hemlock without fear, and through it all we've been asking, how? How did he do it? What made this possible? And the answer, complex as we've explored it, comes down to something simple. He did the work. He examined. He questioned. He cultivated his soul. He aligned his actions with his values. He lived consciously, deliberately, intentionally. And when you do that work, really do it, over years and decades, death becomes different. Not easy, perhaps. Not without natural fear or sadness at leaving life behind, but not the terror that haunts so many. Not the desperate clinging and denial, just a transition, a change, the next thing. As you lie here now, in this moment, thinking about these ideas, you're doing something Socrates would have approved of. You're examining, you're thinking. You're not just accepting the default fears and assumptions about death. You're looking at them, questioning them, trying to understand. That's the beginning. That's how it starts. One question, one examination, one moment of conscious thought instead of unconscious reaction. And if you continue that practice, if you make examination a habit, if you question your assumptions regularly, if you cultivate your soul consciously, then over time, you'll find what Socrates found. Not certainty, not perfect peace, but something real and valuable. You'll find that you're less controlled by fear, less driven by unconscious impulses, more aligned with your actual values, more present in your life, more able to face difficulties with clarity rather than panic. And yes, more able to face death, when it eventually comes, with something approaching calm, because you'll have done the work. You'll have examined your life and found it good, or at least found it honest. You'll have cultivated what matters. You'll have lived deliberately, and that's all anyone can do. That's all Socrates did. He was just a man, after all. Not a god, not perfect, not immune to human feelings. Just a man who questioned everything, thought deeply about how to live, and then lived according to what he discovered. You can do that too. Maybe not as thoroughly as Socrates. 70 years is a long time to devote to philosophy. But you can do some of it. Start where you are. Examine what you can. Question what seems questionable. Live a bit more consciously each day and over time that compounds. The examined life becomes easier, more natural. The peace becomes more accessible. The fear becomes more manageable. You might not ever sleep as peacefully as Socrates did on his final night, but you might sleep better than you do now. You might face each day with more clarity, more purpose, more presence. And when death does come, whether soon or far in the future, you might be able to greet it not with joy perhaps, but without terror, with acceptance, with readiness, with the knowledge that you lived well, that you did what you could, that your soul is in order. That's what Socrates gave us. Not a way to avoid death, not certainty about what comes after, but a way to face death without being destroyed by fear. A way to live that makes death bearable. And maybe, just maybe, if his philosophy is right, if death really is either perfect rest or beautiful continuation, then it's not just bearable. It's actually fine. Maybe even good. We won't know until we experience it ourselves. But we don't need to know. We just need to live well, to examine, to cultivate wisdom and virtue, to care for our souls, to be present, conscious, intentional. Do that, and whatever comes, whether in this life or after it, you'll be as ready as any person can be. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the story of Socrates wash over you, not as something to figure out or solve, but as something to absorb. A reminder, an inspiration, an example. He slept peacefully on his final night because he'd lived an examined life, because he'd done the work, because he was ready. You're not on your final night. You have time still. Time to examine. Time to question. Time to grow. Time to cultivate your soul and live deliberately. What a gift that is. Not the gift of certainty or immortality or perfect peace, but the gift of time, the gift of consciousness, the gift of choice. You can choose, as Socrates did, to examine your life, to question your assumptions, to live according to your actual values rather than unconscious habits. You can choose to prioritize your soul, your character, your wisdom, your growth, over the temporary pleasures and pains of the body. You can choose to practice small deaths, letting go of attachments, learning to accept loss. You can choose to live with death in mind, not morbidly, but as a clarifying force that helps you see what matters. These choices are available to you. They were available to Socrates 2,400 years ago. They're available to you now. They'll be available tomorrow and the next day and every day you have left. That's the beauty of philosophy as a practice. It's never too late to start. Never too late to begin examining. Never too late to live a bit more consciously, a bit more deliberately. And who knows, maybe decades from now, when your own final night comes, you'll find yourself able to rest peacefully. Not because you've achieved perfection, no one does, but because you've done the work. You've examined your life. You've lived according to your principles. You've cultivated your soul. And if death is dreamless sleep, then you'll rest well. The best rest imaginable. Perfect, undisturbed, eternal peace. And if death is continuation, if consciousness goes on, if there's something after, well, then you'll have taken the best of yourself with you. Your wisdom, your character, your virtue, the things that really matter, the things that really are you. Either way, you'll be ready as Socrates was, as ready as any examined life makes possible. That's the promise. That's what this philosophy offers. Not certainty, but readiness. Not the elimination of death, but the ability to face it without terror. Not a perfect life, but a conscious one, an examined one, a meaningful one. So sleep now. Rest. Let your mind settle. Let your body relax. Tomorrow you'll wake and you'll have another day to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, for these remaining hours, just rest. Rest as Socrates rested. Not because everything is certain, but because you've done what you could today. Because you're working on examining your life. Because you're cultivating your soul, even if imperfectly. That's enough. More than enough. The unknown still lies ahead. Death still waits in the future for all of us. But the unknown is not the terrible. Death is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Unconsciousness is the enemy. Living unexamined, unintentionally, on autopilot, that's the enemy. And you're here now, thinking, examining, questioning. You're not that enemy. You're something else. Something better. Something wiser. You're someone who's willing to look at death, to think about mortality, to examine the ultimate question. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. And if you can do that, if you can face these questions now, then you're already practicing what Socrates practiced, already walking the path he walked. Maybe you won't walk it as far as he did. Maybe you'll take a different path eventually. That's fine. That's good even. Socrates would want you to question him too, to examine his philosophy, to make your own choices. But for now, for tonight, you've walked with him. You've heard his story. You've understood his method. You've glimpsed what the examined life makes possible. That glimpse is valuable. Hold on to it. Let it inform how you live. Let it help you examine a bit more, question a bit more, live a bit more consciously, and rest. Rest peacefully, as Socrates did. Not because you've solved the mystery of death, but because you don't need to solve it tonight. Because you've done enough for today. Because you're on the path, even if you've only taken the first steps. The woman in white from Socrates' dreams said he would reach fertile Phthia in 3 days. For him, that meant death. But for you, it might mean something else. A place of rest, a place of peace, a place where the examined life bears fruit. You'll get there, not in 3 days perhaps, but eventually, if you keep examining, keep questioning, keep living consciously. And when you arrive, whether in this life or after it, you'll find what Socrates found. Not all the answers, but peace with not having them. Not certainty, but readiness for whatever comes. That's enough. That's everything, really. So rest now, dear friend. Rest peacefully. Tomorrow brings another chance to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, just sleep. Sleep as deeply as Socrates slept on his final night. Sleep without fear, without anxiety, without clinging. Just sleep. The examined life awaits you in the morning. But for now, let it wait. For now, just rest. Rest well. Sleep peacefully. And may you wake tomorrow ready to examine, to question, to live consciously once more. Until then, good night. Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence, is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name, Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, ruled by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry. And, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed. And so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above. And he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep. The rock is sharp. And with every step, the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun, the actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. Wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality. Horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was. How much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality. And with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless. And if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy, and every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation, the kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says, dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child were simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog. Not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing, copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate. 2 sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. 2 stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward. but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful. Things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles, but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lernaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbour's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on 2 contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these 2 speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the 4-armed, 4-legged creatures into two two-armed, two-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When two halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty, attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer, Diotima suggests. He died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, His love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, Without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal. And once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear, creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of 2 parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, There is loss. There is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified 3 forms of dukkha, 3 layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, If we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what the pain means, our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own. Not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature, or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupasana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as this is mine, this I am, this is myself. No, venerable seer. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena, not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath, know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body, not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements, temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral, and understand these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uthaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Patakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Patakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed and Patakara became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone. Driven by her longing for her family, her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Pattakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Pattakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering." Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. But Pattakara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the 4 noble truths. Pattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Patakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Patakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the first noble truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Patakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not-self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news